Dems. You can't believe it. It's a Friday once again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again. How are you all doing today? It is March 7th, 2025. God damn, that almost seems fake. You know what I mean? Holy shit. 2025. It's already, not only is it March, it's a week into March already. Oh boy, he is redeemed. Rick Scott said Republicans are going to have to cut your Social Security and Medicare and any program you care about.
Or people are thinking the way that Ron is saying that, you know, you can't cut. And that's all great. Then you're not worried about any program you care about, because Medicare is going bankrupt, Social Security is going bankrupt. You know, inflation can't go away, interest rates can't come down. So my belief is it's all going to. We're going to have to do this. It's good. Are we going to do it this year? Or are we going to do it next year? And if we don't do it, or people are thinking the way that Ron is saying that, you know, you can't cut.
Ooh, I mean, what can you even say? What can you even say? Well, today, chat, we have quite the day. Hasanabi is on Theo Vaughn, and it is Friday Fun Day, and they already have 10,000 comments. Finally, an apolitical guest. Theo being confused when Hassad refers to Biden as Brandon is very funny. Yeah. Hassad this, Hassad that. Be a lot cooler if you had Hank Pecker on. United we bargain, divided we beg is a banger. Candace Owens followed by Hasanabi is literally the most chaotic, neutral way to handle this. Their ADHD clash is unmatched. Turkish Macklemore. Why? Because when I was in the 3rd grade, I thought I was gay. Damn, man. Where's Ethan Klein's fans in there? Incredible stuff.
For the support of our merch.
All right, so that's what it's Friday Fun Day. This is kind of what I just want. I want to watch this thing and laugh. You know what I mean?
I want to let you know we've.
Man, that Candace Owens though. 1.3 million already. Like, there's definitely a big algorithmic boost for, and Candace Owens, like, I don't throw around this word ever. Because I just don't think it applies to many people. Can you guess what word that is? And there's a word that it applies to her, and the word is anti-Semitic. She is anti-Semitic as fuck. She's into the advanced anti-Semitism. She's into the like Frankist shit. Basically, the advanced anti-Semitism is that, I don't even want to explain it. Like, honestly, there's like, I learn about right-wing shit. I'll occasionally, like, you know, listen to see what Nick Fuentes is saying, or other right-wingers, right? Like Candace Owens or Charlie Kirk or whatever. But she is on the most advanced levels anti-Semitism. She's like doing like 1885's level anti-Semitism. And I'm not talking about dog whistles and shit. I'm talking about like real shit. Candace Owens has racked up 25 million views on YouTube over Lively/Baldoni coverage. You know, it used to be, okay, I'm sorry, boomer misogyny hour with Mike from PA, but it used to be shameful for men to be talking about celebrity gossip. It used to be a thing where it was just like, oh. Now it is. The most conservative content is celebrity gossips hour. It's crazy. Men are letting their messy bitch side out. Yeah. It's a little bit disorienting, to be honest. It's a little bit disorienting to be a little bit older because, and I feel like a boomer saying it, but just the younger generation of men, they got some sugar in their gas tank, huh? You know what I mean? They've got little wings on their loafers. They're so light. We can't cheer 100 bits? No. You're not allowed to get my attention for anything less than $2. Honestly, I should raise it. It's too low. I made that 6 years ago when I had like 100 viewers. So I should probably raise it to like 20, to be honest. Or at least 6. And like, I don't even, it's not even about being gay or straight. It's just like, to explain how it used to be, like men used to think any kind of derivation from traditional masculine norms was kind of fruity. But now people are like, I am the straightest male gossip account. Celebrity drama. Vote Trump. And it's like total gay victory, but then also like not. Because these people are like, we have got to ban gay marriage. Am I right, girlies? And it's like, what the fuck is happening? I'm a little bit too old to get it. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. Tesla is crashing again. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Yesterday I was like gonna start another, I was gonna start a what is it called, discretionary trading account, and I didn't get around to it because I ended up going out to dinner with friends, you know, and I just didn't, I was tired as fuck yesterday, and I was like, I was gonna start a discretionary trading account, you know, get it options and margin authorized, you know, do all the rigmarole for all that shit, you know, deposit some amount of money just to make one massive bet against Tesla. I'm so bummed out. Look at this bump I didn't short. That's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. But god damn, dude. Like I've known this was been I know this company has just been shit for so long. And look how flat it is over the last 5 years. I mean, other than the, you know, the early Tesla bubble, but you were buying Tesla stock this price back in like, you know, 2021 before Biden was sworn in. Like, it really is just a dead fucking company, huh? Why? What's like, it just feels like it's been trying to crash, but it keeps getting revived. Anyway, let's watch some Hassan Piker and Theo Von. We're just going to watch that. It's 2 hours, and then we'll see where we are. Because I don't really want to think about stuff anymore. Like, maybe later we'll talk about like some of the issues that pop up on the thing. But I don't get it anymore, man. I don't get it. Like, conservatism to me is just so far from traditional masculinity. Like the Tate brothers, man. Like, Gen Z men are just fascinating. My 2018 is finally paid off. The thought of another loan right now is daunting. I mean, personally, you know, it's not that, like, if you have a vehicle that's working for you, you have a vehicle that's working for you. But as far as I'm concerned, like, the company is probably the most overbought. I mean, it should probably be worth like $8 a share. That would be kind of like a more fair, well, maybe not that low, but like 100 or like 50. Man, I feel sorry for people that do that, man. That's just, Polestar is giving $20K off on a lease. You can get it for $450 a month. Negotiate lower. It's number 8 in revenue in the automakers and valued higher than the top automakers combined. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a bubble. It's a total bubble.
Really appreciate it. And we have restocks. Those are in now.
Theo Von is literally doing he's doing the Joe Rogan thing. Theo Von is just doing Joe Rogan again. He's like, but he had Hassan on.
Got gang, bait and tackle. I'm upstairs. A lot of items are restocked. You can check that out, theovonstore.com. And again, thank you so much. Today's guest is one of the most popular streamers. He's a leftist political commentator. You can see countless clips of him debating social issues and political topics. I admire his work ethic and his pursuit of information and communication. I am thankful today for his time and our conversation. Today's guest is Mr. Hassan Piker.
Men, dude. Men. Theo Von just like, God, there's just something about him. Maybe this is like a flaw of myself. But Theo Von, there's just something about him. He reminds me of the guys that weren't my like close friends, but they were like guys in my friend group. You know what I mean? Like they weren't the guy I wanted to like hang out with one-on-one or, you know, be like my bestie, you know. He was the guy I would race on the highway at 3 a.m. You know what I mean? Or the guy that, had the worst skunk weed, but hey, at least it was some weed. Now, back in 2001, chat, weed wasn't legal anywhere. They treated it like crack cocaine. All right. So getting good weed was very hard. He reminds me of the townies I knew growing up. Now it's like people are taking they're taking edibles that are sour strips and shit. And they're hitting like buds that are 30% THC or some crazy fucking number. Very funny stuff. Picking out seeds and stems. Who remembers picking out your seeds and stems? Like, anybody doesn't even understand. People don't even understand. Anyway, he reminds me of that guy. This is the guy that he would walk into your front door and he would just be sprinkling weed seeds because he had just been picking them out in his fucking car out in front of your parents' house. It's fucking Johnny Weed Seed. How much of Hassan's come do you digest daily? Max Sauce OP. Hey, buddy. Holy shit, dude. You know what's fucking awesome? I can't say it. It's too toxic. I can't make fun of Destiny like that. I can't. I'm sorry. Like his, it's just too mean. Maybe later.
It feels like I made so many requests where I'm like, oh my god, I need to have my dog here, all this shit.
No, dude, I'm just somebody's else style it. You're like probably, yeah. Or is that?
This is
my god, dude. So California, bro. He's so California, bro. Like, his head looks so small in this jacket. Why'd they do that to him? I feel like his stylist is just like, okay, listen, your head's gonna look a little small in this. I'm such a crusty Marxist, dude. I just look at this as bourgeois decadence and it just sucks. I just can't. I just can't look at this stuff and care. I just can't. The meta in fashion is oversized clothing. Oh my god, dude. I'm just like Bernie Sanders or Zizek. We just don't care about this shit. I just can't imagine caring about it. I wish I could. What I need to do is get like a fucking group of like 15 outfits and just rotate through them. You know what I mean? And that's that. Why are you talking about it? Do you not see what's on the screen? Self-expression is a good thing for people to participate in. Not everyone likes it, but having clothes that you like and a way you look in is good for self-esteem. I'm so anti-Philistinic that I'm going to let that slide. Because I do think of fashion as as a valid art form, a living art form, and it's cool. I just don't get it. It's like playing the banjo, right? Like, I think it's music. I think it's valid. I think it's probably got a lot of interesting history in it. And, it looks challenging, but I just don't, like that's the way you look at playing the banjo is probably the way I look at fashion, right? Which is just like, okay. Skill issue. So true. I just can't make myself care. I wish I could. I wish I had a little bit of the mental illness that made me want to obsess over my personal aesthetics. I wish I did. Like, I really do. But there's just something about a Californian that conjures up this level of contempt deep in my soul where I'm just like, bourgeois decadence. There's people out on the streets, man. I just can't. And I know that's not fair, so I don't go after people because, again, I think fashion is a valid art form. I just don't care. I'm wearing a t-shirt somebody gave me for free right now because it's black. Like, yesterday I went out to dinner in a sweatshirt I got at Walmart, which I regret because like supporting Walmart is gross. But I went to Walmart like over a year ago. It's an over a year old Walmart sweater. Like, this is the level of fashion we're talking about right now. Do I feel good in a new pair of shoes? Everything is fast fashion bullshit with a welt made out of paper. It's like impossible to find a nice pair of shoes. Like, legitimately, it is hard to find a nice pair of shoes. Like, I I don't know what you're talking about. Like every you know, I'm such a boomer. My analogy that I want to make with you is when we were growing up, there was a shoe store called Payless Shoes. Maybe it still exists. I don't know. But inside there, every single shoe was a piece of dog shit. And they fit like shit, and they were made of crap materials, and they were garbage. Getting a Payless shoe was the bottom of the barrel. Now it seems like when you go to a mid-level department store or even like high-level, every shoe in there looks like it was from Payless shoes. If you go to like shoe stores, it feels like they were made in Payless shoes. If you're dropping $400 on shoes, it looks like they're from Payless. They feel and look like shit. It's actually embarrassing how the quality of stuff has just declined so fucking much. You can't get a good pair of jeans anymore. You can't get a good pair of fucking shoes anymore. You have to basically be an expert in this shit and look at, you have to be like an enthusiast to get access to what used to be standard. You have to like spend more time looking for shit, and it's way more expensive. The thing is, people like try to equate it too. They're like, jeans are cheaper now than they used to be. And it's like, no, they're not. Go look at what a standard Levi's pair of jeans was in 2000 and compare that to jeans today. And then try to find the equivalent of the 2000 standard Macy's level tier fucking jeans. They're $400 now, if you can even find it. No, things are literally just shit. Neoliberalism has made everything fucking shit. And my God, the luxury labels, they're dog shit. It's the same shit. If you go into Boss and drop $400 on a t-shirt, it's what a t-shirt used to be at Macy's for $10 25 years ago. They are dog shit. It's dog shit. That's why I can't care about it, because it's just so, it sucks so much. Everything's blows. Am I crazy? Even Carhartt and Tim's are shit. I bought a pair of Tim's hiking boots, and they're dog shit. Carhartt are great. Not anymore, man. They're turning into like everything else. They're mortgaging their brand recognition, and they're selling the same crap. It's being hollowed out. It really is. Timberland is a fashion company. You have to buy a real hiking boot. Yeah, I know. That's my entire point. My entire point is, if I want hiking boots, I need to go to the fucking hobbyist subreddit, and I need to spend 30 fucking hours searching for, you know, reviews. But then, oh, this review site is fucking bought out, and it's actually fake, and you can't trust this. And these reviews on Reddit are botted. And now, you know, it's AI things speaking to each other, and they've hijacked the fucking search algorithm, and everything sucks. So now I need to be an expert on hiking boots in order to buy a decent pair of hiking boots, which is now $570. This is not me being a boomer. This is me talking about how things are worse now, and they are. Okay, but if you did the research and spent the money, do you feel better in a new pair of boots? No! That's my entire point. Even if I want to sew clothes, the fabrics they sell at Jones are worse quality. Yeah, I mean, it's just exactly my point. Reddit banning liking armed protest posts. Oh, it was fine when the fascists were doing it, but now you can't say anything. Okay, cool. Act Blue is crumbling. Act Blue, the Democratic fundraising powerhouse, faces internal chaos. Okay, so they kick people out for supporting Palestine. That's what this is reading to me. I'm reading between the lines. They retaliated against someone for supporting Palestinians or something? Is that what happened? Do I have to read the whole article to find out what the real reason is? Ah, Mr. Ahmed. Oh, now on leave. Oh, okay. What happened? Okay. What's the retaliation for? They're just not gonna say? What was the reason that he's getting in trouble? What's going on? Why can't we figure this out? It's not. Wait, what? What happened? Can someone tell me why this article doesn't say shit? What happened? Okay, so we have a Wire article that everybody's just buying and reposting. Okay, weird.
The top is just some, I mean, both are Japanese, I think, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a Japanese brand called Color with a K. And the pants are Adidas Y3, Yohji Yamamoto collab.
Damn.
You don't fuck with fashion at all.
I don't.
I mean, you got to look though.
I mean, I don't like to have a lot of.
I don't know. Should we save this for the pod? That's normal. Oh, we're rolling. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. My bad. That's why I didn't have it on the. That's why I didn't have it in my mouth because I thought we weren't filming yet.
Yeah, dude, that is style. That's I mean, yeah, it's definitely very style.
Like, honestly, I'm thinking about a friend of mine in high school. This is exactly how he looked. He wasn't like my best friend, but he was in my solidly in my group. This is fashion from 1999. Like legit. This is fashion from 1999 of guys in like exurban Pennsylvania. This is a guy where I would go over to his house and they had a deep freezer and we would get venison steaks out of the deep freezer and we would just throw them on his like very shitty Sears gas grill. Like this kind of looks to me like a shirt from Costco. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, like, someone tell me this isn't expensive. This looks like $20 max. Someone find me this shirt. It's from Sam's Club. You're absolutely correct. Am I?
Stylish. My good friend Aaron, he started a company called John Elliott.
I feel like I've heard of that.
Yeah, they have them like in Nordstrom, and it's like they have like it over like. I think it was like right after like G Star kind of came out. Like I got into some G Star for.
Oh, you got
bit.
Some G Star?
That was like let me see what we're doing. Kind of as I got.
This is the type of shit I'm talking about, man. I can't take this industry seriously. I can't take it. It's so pretentious, man. I can't take this industry seriously. Like I wish I could. I'm yearning to, but I can't. Let's go to a like disused industrial park and then put our like fancy clothes directly on the ground. $800 like come on, man. Come on. Come on. $2,000. I'm sorry, man. I just can't. I can't take this industry seriously. Like I legitimately can't. I'm sorry I can't. It's a nice real leather jacket. Real leather ain't cheap. $2,000? $2,000? Are you okay? You could buy like a whole cow for like $1,000. Like, come on.
I would like to have more fashion sometimes. I just don't know if I don't care.
Well, you gotta look.
I get too overwhelmed. I like knowing like there's about 17 or 18 things that I wear that'll be okay.
Bro, you gotta look. You can't be saying, I need to get into fashion, and you're making a deliberate choice to not have a mustache and grow a beard out.
Oh, you think so?
I feel like that's a look.
Maybe
that's not fashion. That's him seeing his ancestors' Civil War portrait and then copying the facial hair. This is on Pappy's fucking mantle right next to the Confederate flag.
I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess
it's like think of his grandpappy. There's a fucking death clock. There is a tattered fucking Confederate flag with the words "We will rise again" stitched on it, and then a picture of grandpappy who fought in the first South Carolina volunteer who was unfortunately killed when he fell into a shit heap. Like, give me a break, man.
Got the flannel.
It's that little bit like a sock for your chin, kind of, I guess. Yeah.
That's brave, by the way. I just gotta say.
To do just this?
Yeah, I think it's brave.
But do you think that's a cultural thing? What culture is your family from?
I'm Turkish.
Okay, so in Turkey, is that a thing? Do you see just this ever in Turkey? Like,
sometimes. I mean, we don't got Amish people. Normally, the only time you see the beard and the no mustache combo is if they just go with the full one.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, I saw a guy with a huge...
Because you don't get as much food. Like, mustache is like, you got to trim it. It's a pain in the ass. It's going over your lips, you got to trim that shit. Whereas, like, you can just keep it clean up there.
Beard the other night at a comedy show. I think it was in Ohio. He had a huge beard and then that kind of Mexican kind of Edgar cut in the front.
I love that.
Oh, it was great. This guy was ginger. I mean, probably Amish or recently Amish or once removed or whatever. And he had
How does that work?
I mean,
this is what I mean. You're in New Jersey, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, quit trying to pretend you're some sort of like, I don't understand. I don't understand Amish. I don't understand Mennonites. Bitch, you're in New Jersey. Like, give me a break. Okay, we gotta fix this. I've had it with this camera. I'm legitimately gonna fix my shit. I want to create some sort of I might even I don't even know how wild I'm gonna go with this. I need to fix my shit. Like, legitimately. I've had it. I say that every time I look at my camera. My camera sucks. My stream setup is just, it's fine because succeeding with the worst stream setup ever is probably impressive in a certain sense, but it just sucks. The thing is, like, Vio doesn't really understand the vibe I want. It's not Vio's fault. It's more my fault. I just don't like, for example, you see what's behind Theo Von? I hate this. Like, I legitimately hate this. This looks like shit. I can't believe it. He's got like a Celsius. Is this an ad or did someone just leave a can here and forget about it? And he's got the fake plants, like it's between two ferns or whatever the fuck. And he's got this like what is this chair? This is like the chair at the conference center, designed to be uncomfortable so nobody sits in it for too long. Like, what is going on with this setup? I just, and by the way, I'm not saying that Theo Von's bad. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm saying I'm just I don't want it to look this bad. This looks fucking terrible. What is this, like a blue velvet curtain? What's going on here? Is this a Bordeaux?
You could tell somebody at fucking, he probably had nails in his pocket. You know what I'm saying? He definitely, somebody, I don't know, man. But no, you're probably the most style. I'm trying to think of somebody else. You've more
never been more of a hater than right now. Huh? Am I crazy to think this sucks? What? I think this looks like it looks like shit. Did I say Bordeaux? I meant Bordello. Yes, thank you, Chatter, for correcting me. This sucks. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, I like Theo. I'm just saying this visually is trash. So is mine. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm saying I hate looking at my own shit because I'm like, ugh. It's mid, but not dog shit. Okay, let's keep going.
Let's come in here. Oh, here's some facial hair types right here. This is very important.
Bro, this is like that Russian ethnicities photo grid. You know what I'm talking about? Like in the USSR. This is crazy.
This does look like.
Yeah, they're showing us the different kinds of Armenians.
This does look like 40 degrees of Uber. That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
right
see,
here.
look, that's what I'm talking.
Oh, I thought this was one of those Terror Watch fucking charts, dude.
No. This is like, look at all the different ethnicities in the USSR. It's to be better at racism.
Well, that's what dude. Racism used to be so easy in America. Like when I was growing up, it was like easy to do, easy to be racist. Now, I've been to these. It's almost like you have to have a chart. You have to have.
Yeah, that's what
you have to level up your racial insults now. You have to know more about people's cultures. Like with multiculturalism winning so much, to really get people with racism, you have to get your phrenology chart out. You have to know about the Battle of Kosovo if you want to make fun of like a Bosnian or something. You know what I mean? Like you can't just be like Slav, anymore. The chairs could be better for sure. Looks like your aunt's screened-in porch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
It's
like even woke racism now.
Be racist now, it feels like.
Yeah, I hate that. God damn it. Racism used to be so easy.
Yeah, what happened to the good old days?
And then people like Hassan came around.
Point out the window and your stepdad just knew immediately what was going on.
People like Hassan are around. It's like, is he white? There's a lot of eye narrowing going on for guys like Theo. You know what I mean? Like you can't just look at someone and go, pew, that person's Mexican, pew, that person's black. No. Now you're looking at Hassan and you're like, is that guy white?
Going on,
Yeah. I think it's just extra difficulty now. That's what it is. So you have to be smart.
And by the way, I want to definitively help you guys out. Hassan is not white. He is not white. Maybe in California that's white, but he's not white.
As a racist,
yeah, there's a barrier to
make the races better.
Yeah, dude. Because you said there's like a barrier to entry now.
Yeah, there's a barrier to entry to doing race.
Hassan says he's white, and whiteness is policed from inside.
Racism, it's unironically a more difficult process now. But what I was gonna say is, if you want to go back to the facial hair chart,
Yeah, bring it up again, please, because I want to know what we're doing. Or was it yours, the other one?
No, that was just a USSR race chart, but
yeah, you can also get that USSR chart is easily a lot of those men you'll see a meeting with very young girls at Starbucks trying to get them involved in something. A lot of times it seems like.
Yeah.
But what is this one?
What do you got? You got the chin curtain? No, you got the goatee. That's what you have.
Yeah, I guess I have the goatee.
No, he doesn't, because he keeps it. It's very bobbed. This is not right. This isn't all the possible styles. What the fuck is this Federation Standard and Klingon? Like, what's going on over here?
Very simple, kind of. It's like
It's a chin
I have a
pad,
big
yeah.
nose, so I try to you do little things to try and trick a wife or you want to have a spouse. So I have that, and then I have a little bit more chin than my brother does. So I have a real chin in here. Some people it's a total mirage. Like there's a guy that's in that power slap game and they can't even he has this
They can't identify where his chin begins.
yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Especially when
Such a
dudes
good
have that
tactic.
situation going on and then they'll just grow out their beard and basically try to line it up.
You say Hassan not white because Hassan name is Arab, right? Like Hezbollah, but Turks Asian white, like Japanese, Chinese, Kazakhs, Mongols, Koreans, etc. European whiteism is like blonde white, right? No, it's just Turkic peoples are not white. Come on. Like we've been fighting, the whites have been fighting against Turks and Turkic people from the steppe for thousands of years. Come on, man. Come on. Are Slavs still white or have they been demoted? The point that I'm making that people are not getting, they think I'm being serious because they don't know how to talk about this stuff, is that whiteness isn't real. But it's very funny to think that Turks are white in America. White people in America are being like, we hate other minorities. We like white people like Hassan. And it's like, bitch, people used to argue whether Germans were white or not. Germans were latecomers into the whole white camp. So what are you talking about? People used to be like, Swedes, I don't know if they're white. Germans, I don't know if they're white. Now it's yeah, Turks are white. Look, what? Italians are white? Greeks? Now people are like, no, Lebanese guys are white. It's crazy.
Up so that there's a chin there. It's bro, you are not fooling anybody. And I don't even know what to do in that situation. If you got that no neck edge shit, then you're kind of cooked regardless.
Yeah.
But I mean, good luck. I don't know.
There is the one where it's crazy where sometimes they cut the hair exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no neck Ed. Yeah. He's doing real estate now too. He was doing lemonade sale. He was in he got caught up in big lemon or not big lemonade.
Ed. I know about Ed because of Theo, which it's just one of those things that pisses me off every time I realize it, is that I know about Ed because of Theo and 90 Day Fiance. And Ed is actually not a human being. He is just vile in every way. You know the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? Judge a book by its cover. Judge a book by its cover. That's the cover is advertising the book. All right? That's the whole point. Holy shit, look at this guy.
Yeah, he's doing real estate now too. He was doing lemonade sale. He was in he got caught up in big lemon or not big lemonade, but lemonade.
Big lemonade.
He was selling. I know I think he was involved with lemonade for a bit. I saw him selling a.
He was involved with like a child. What do you mean?
No, he was selling. He got caught up. Ed and Pete's. There it
When
is.
I was
Something like
stationed
that.
in San Diego, I always saw him in North Park trying to pick up young women. Are you trying to get me banned? Are you trying to get me banned for calling for violence? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Don't tell me Ed's location ever.
Lemonade.
Oh, he actually had his lemonade brand.
Yeah, he was selling.
Do you guys think that's crazy unhinged? This is a question I have for you people. There's okay, this is hypothetical. I'm not arguing for it. I'm not saying it's good. This is purely hypothetical. Do you think it's normal to have a list of people in your head that if you saw them, you would immediately engage in fisticuffs? Is that normal? If you're oh, if I see that guy, I'm going to turn his lights out. Is that a normal list to have in your eyes? Or is that insane? I'm just asking hypothetically. This has nothing to do with me. I know a few Nazis. Depends on the person. Like, okay, I'll make this easy. Like, imagine the list is like Hitler, you know, and it has like Goebbels, and but maybe it's just a bunch of people that are dead, and if a time machine brings them in front of you, you just gotta act, right? I'm not saying I don't want you to name anybody or anything. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, is that unhinged? We just don't have that real hater energy. Okay, fair enough. Those are inside thoughts. So true. I agree. That's what I'm saying. Those are inside thoughts. It's not like you're carrying the list around. It's just a list in your head where you're like, I hate this motherfucker. And if I ever see him, fisticuffs, fisticuffs like this, like old timey Victorian era fisticuffs. I challenge you, sir. Oh, like that,
And it was like it was the opposite of, they have like a long neck bottle. That was the whole play on it.
Oh, that's weird.
I know.
That's such an odd thing that he made like a short and stubby one.
Yeah. Who wants that baby lemonade out of Ed? Oh, he definitely looks like the kind of guy that you want to fucking crack open. He looks like that fancy syrup. You ever see the fancy bottle of syrup and it doesn't have, bring it up if you can. It's kind of light brown. There's a brown top on it. It's maple syrup, but it's wide.
Oh, like the maple version, like that?
Yeah, the 365 by Whole Foods, that matte finish one.
Yeah, the one that looks like a liquor bottle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a little round jug.
That one, yeah.
He kind of had that. Anyway, I feel bad we're making fun of the guy now.
Yeah, he wasn't, I don't know. I remember watching 90 Day Fiance and
No, that's an intrusive thought, Doctor. Dr. Fletcher says it's like head-only thoughts, like you're behind a cop in line. You think, I could totally grab that gun. I never would, but I think about it. No, that's called an intrusive thought. Yeah, we dropped a few frames. I don't know what's been I've been getting that lately, chat, where I lose like 5 seconds of frames randomly. I don't know what's going on. China Glaze? Oh, that's so cool. It's the Twitch server. It's run by DEI.
I challenge you to a duel. I accept.
My line is tapped? Probably.
So it's come down to this, has it? A fight to the death. Mano a mano. Man to man. Just you and me and my gods!
Didn't seem like a good dude.
Oh, really?
That's like Ethan Klein and Hassan. Ethan Klein and Hassan. He said that Israel is an apartheid state. He should mods. He said Israel is an apartheid state. Mods. Ethan Klein. Well, Ethan, maybe he has a point. Shut up, Dan. Be quiet. Yes, sir.
He didn't strike me as like a very nice guy, but I mean, who knows?
Oh, I'll jump on a hate wagon in a heartbeat, dude.
Oh, I know.
Fuckhead, bro.
Yeah.
God, okay. I'm sorry for pausing again, chat, but can you imagine saying yes, sir, to Ethan Klein? How much money would that take? What do some of you have absolutely no pride, and you would do it for like a little bit of money, or are you guys mostly like, I'd rather starve than say yes, sir, to Ethan Klein? Like, which side of the fence do you guys fall on? Like, could he make you do it for like $100,000 over the course of a year, but you got to do it like all year long, and it's not in private. Like, everybody has to see you be an Ethan Klein like toady. Could you do it for $100,000? For me, I would burn $100,000 in a pit before I would ever do that. Like, the only way I would change my mind is if we're talking about like generational wealth. Generational wealth. And I don't know if I could pull it off. Like, being honest. I just am not money motivated. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just not money motivated like that. I don't know why. I would do it for the abolishment of the apartheid state of Israel. Well, yeah, of course. But you're saving millions of people from genocide and famine. Of course I would do something like for that. Yeah, of course. Do you lie? Why do you think? Guys, the reason I'm here and not some sort of Democratic politician or senior staffer is because I'm not like this. Do you guys think that I'm doing this because I'm eager to sell out? I could have sold out 30 times. This is my my plan B after refusing to sell out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, but I saw the other day he's doing real estate, man. Hassan Piker, thanks for coming in, dude.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
thanks for having me.
I know you're
I'm gonna pause less
super busy, man.
because we're an hour in and I'm 8 minutes in and we haven't listened to a word they're saying.
I admire first of all how streamers, how the effort it is. It almost seems like it's like one of those races in the Olympics that it's like an endurance game.
Yeah.
He's so like Theo Vaughn is so right. Like my job is the hardest job in the world. Like I used to do road construction and repair, road maintenance on the Pennsylvania Turnpike in the summer. And it would get like 120, 130 degrees over the hot tar and asphalt. And I would, we would run these jackhammers. And there'd be cars, they would be like driving by you at like 100 miles an hour, in the next lane over. And, even though you had put a pattern in and you had like told people to slow down, there'd be people would have bottles of piss. They're just on the side of the road. And you'd have to sweep up blood and like broken glass from rollovers and stuff like that. And it was really, really tough, really hard, hot work. And God forbid you leaned on your shovel to take a break, right? People would be like, oh, you're just lazy. God forbid you leaned on your shovel waiting for the post hole pounder to fix the guardrails to finish their job. Oh man, you're so fucking lazy. I hate shovel leaners. Everybody who hates shovel leaners has never worked manual labor in their life. I know for a fact somebody is a frou-frou, no calloused motherfucker if they ever make a comment about shovel leaners. I know for a fact they've never done manual labor ever. It's the most Republican-coded thing to do that you could possibly do. Anyway, streaming is hard.
But also just like your openness to like thinking about things. You don't seem like just like one type of person or like you could pigeonhole you.
Yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I mean,
but even just in your own beliefs, like and when you talk about political stuff, it's like you seem very poignant, but also like aggressively open to things, which I think, and that's a judgment, and maybe I shouldn't have said something like that. But anyway, I just admire the way that you do things, dude. So I appreciate you coming and hanging out. That's all I should have said.
Thanks for having me. I think streamers are basically like the bottom of the totem pole as far as content creators goes. Like, it's definitely laborious, but I wouldn't say that it's like super difficult because like overall a Hollywood production, if that is like the highest stage of like content creation, and you have hundreds of people working all around the world, working around the clock to put like 2.5 hours of content together where everyone's going to sit there and watch. Twitch streaming is like the lowest of the low, where it's just like a dude like me half the time, picking at his crotch, watching YouTube videos, picking his nose. And it's you have to be on for 8 hours at a time. And it's like usually one person doing that. And that's annoying. And you got to be like constantly listening to people chirp at you. And that part sucks. But overall, I would say it's like the, lowest tier of content, lowest effort of content.
Would you say that it's the purest of content though, in a weird way? Like, because it's,
I mean, what I do
you
is
can't
like,
hide.
I feel like with streaming, it's hard for you to keep up a persona the more you fake. The more you're fake, the harder streaming is, right? The more you're self-censoring, the more you're, putting into a role, the harder it is. So for me, it's easy, right? Because I just naturally say what I think with very little filter. And so it's fucking easy as shit. But I guess if you were like one of those people being like, this is a good vibe stream, leave your problems at the door. I am here to entertain you with a smile. And if you were to grace me with a subscription, I would be just so honored. Like, if you're that person, if you're the saccharine sweet, like Mr. Rogers fucking like neighborhood guy, yeah, I'm sure it's tough. If you're like, just make sure you keep the vibes up and you never trauma dump, because this is a place where people are here to escape their woes and just have a blast while we try America's latest games. And you can watch me play at a very mediocre level on easy. If that's what you're going for, yeah, I assume that's a job, dude. That's a fucking job.
Yeah, what I do is AM radio, but what I do is basically AM radio, but for Zoomers. You know, I like that's how the way I describe myself. Like,
I
you
agree.
know,
Oh, that's
like
such a
I'm
good
sure you know
point.
Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Like that's the way that I describe what I do to older people in general. Where like I'm like Rush Limbaugh, but without the brain rot.
Yeah.
Quite literally and figuratively. I mean, he did die of brain cancer.
Did he? He had addiction, I know.
Yeah, he also had a hole, I think, in his brain from all the perks. He was perked up. He was a perked up shouty.
Well, he was definitely my body, yeah. I think he definitely was one of the early. He was almost like a rapper in a way, like with the pills. I think he had the women. Bring up Rush Limbaugh's wife. Let's even get a.
No, I don't know. I
Is
feel
this
like those
me?
guys don't fuck.
Okay, here's the thing with Hassan. Hassan is right. This is a very, very, very important insight that you get as a man. At some point in your life, you realize there's two types of guys. Guys that actually want to fuck women. And then there are guys who see women as status symbols to impress other guys. You realize, like, those are the two types of guy, right, that are straight. And like most conservatives are the second type. They actually don't want to fuck women. Like they actually do not want to have like sexual intercourse with another human being. At most, it's almost like an expression of disdain and domination over the woman they're with. But it's not really like sexual desire. It's more like, I don't even know how to explain. I don't have a word for it that's really concise, but you get what I mean. And Rush Limbaugh and Donald Trump are the quintessential examples of guys that are not trying to fuck. They just see women as a way to like impress other men.
Look, I don't know why. Like unless they're gay, the gay conservatives, like the ones in the closet, like they fuck. Okay, never mind. She's kind of a looker, huh?
I mean, she's better looking than him.
Her name is Paris, I think. By the way, look at her wrist. She's got like a $250,000 tennis bracelet on.
Saying much.
That's true, but still,
Like,
I've seen. Yeah, some
Also,
you
that
get a
plastic surgery nose.
Yeah,
though.
she has a very. Who does she look like a little bit? I've never seen his wife. Russell Mo's widow, Catherine.
She kinda
She's
looks like
very
in that
doe-eyed as well.
photo where they're kissing, she kind of looks like Walter White's wife.
Skylar.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
From Breaking Bad.
the blonde-haired lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
Skylar is beautiful though. Like a lot more than her. I'm sorry. Like
hotter.
And Tori Spelling
I
a
don't
little
think she's hotter than Skylar, man. That's crazy.
bit too. She looked like if you go back one.
She's
Tori
got a
Spelling was
plastic surgery face. Again, this is like Californian things. But like when somebody looks like really worked on, to me it kind of knocks it down. Maybe this is me being my most asshole, but like I'm not a hot guy myself, so who cares what I think? But if I see someone who looks really, really, really butchered, it just like it doesn't appeal to me. And who cares? But like just aesthetically.
probably before your time, but oh yeah, she does. Yeah, I never looked at his wife. Yeah, I never seen a picture of her before.
Skylar looks like
Yeah,
a
I
real
mean-
human and mom. I love Americans, man. I love Americans. You have like one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. And it's like, yep, that totally fits as average mom. And it's like, maybe in like the upper middle class and upper class neighborhood, Skylar was the average mom. But in most of America, the average mom weighs 240 pounds. And like, come on, can we stop?
It'd be weird if you were just like out there Googling Rush Limbaugh's wife.
Yeah, well, you just
I do that all the time. I look at all my favorite conservative commentators' wives.
you just think like, yeah, I guess what do people? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's good that I'm not doing that. What's one of the toughest things about streaming that people don't understand though?
I'll say it like this: back in the day, Joe Rogan used
Positive
to
debate
always.
looks between two women. I'm allowed to say that. Okay, call me a misogynist, but Rush Limbaugh's trophy wife, who sold her soul for Satan and a $250,000 tennis bracelet, we can make fun of her for getting like excessive plastic surgery. Fuck you. I don't care if I'm misogynist for saying that. I don't care. Fuck you.
Let's talk about how when you do a 3-hour podcast, like
Cancel
there
me.
are so much that people can just like clip out of that and then take out of context, like rob it of its nuance and rob it of its context. And it was funny because like at the time when he was saying this, like podcasting was a relatively new medium. I'm talking like 2014, 2015 when when he like first was building out the Joe Rogan experience, right? Every other week, seemingly the media would yell at him over some shit that he said on his podcast. And he was like, we're having an honest discussion. It's 3 hours. It's back and forth. It's going to happen. Like things are going to get taken out of context. I think
even knew her
for
name.
Twitch streaming,
I even knew her name. I said, I think her name is Paris Limbaugh, which I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Wife. Is then wife Marta. Okay. Is her name not Paris? Am I just like wrong? Am I just inventing that? Which may be. What's her name? Oh my fucking God. I don't care about his dumb positions. Jesus Christ. This is supposed to be an encyclopedia. He was of German ancestry. Just like Asmongold, the opposite. Her name is Catherine. Okay. Wait. Oh, that's his fourth wife. What was his third wife? There was Roxy Maxine McNeely, Michelle Sixta, Marta Fitzgerald, Catherine Adams. Okay. So he had 4 wives. That was his fourth wife. So yeah, that we would call that person. It's at the top right of the page. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. This is all going on Ethan's next night. Yeah. He's on his fourth wife, Christian conservative family values guy, by the way.
Tuned up to 11, where not only am I live, I'm talking about politics, which are, I'm talking about some really crazy issues, hot button topics. And also I'm doing that with a live audience who's constantly chirping at me in real time, trying to constantly piss me off. And then when they do successfully piss me off, they'll clip that shit and post it on Twitter, post it on Reddit, be like, call out post. This guy's bad. Look at what he said. And, when you got like,
I'm sorry to pause it again. I'm literally trying not to pause. I'm holding back. I swear to God, I am. If I had an interview, I would never talk about this. I can't like people clip me. No shot. Like, come on.
Like crazy dedicated haters too, especially because you're doing politics in general. You're gonna have a lot of crazy dedicated haters. They just do, they just compile all of that to be like, this is a bad person over and over and over again. Like you'll see it in the comment section of this video. There will be a ton of people who are going to come in and be like, this guy is a bad dude. Like he said this, he said that. Cause like the major reason obviously for that is because I'm anti-Israel. Like I'm pro-Palestine. I've been pro-Palestine for quite a while. And that really brings out the crazies.
Does it really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You haven't encountered this? I mean, you had Gabor Mate on.
Yeah, we had Gabor Mate. We had a rabbi. We had Bassem Youssef on. We definitely have tried to like learn some about it. I think in the end, for me, it just became like my feelings just tell me that it's just messed up what's happening to those people. It's like, and that a lot of it was covered up by the media, or they didn't want you to share certain information, or you weren't allowed to.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it's always been, though. It's not just for Israel. It's just in general. Like when it comes to American foreign policy, the American media is fairly one note. Our politicians are one note on it too. They're bipartisan on that.
Right.
That's like.
So when you say that, do you mean that they're all in on the same? It's all kind of the same ruse. Do you mean?
Yeah. They all agree. It's always uniparty when it comes to American foreign policy. When it comes to giving money to Israel. When it comes to a lot of that stuff, like going to war with Iraq. Right. You got the media also presenting that lie that they have, chemical weapons, they have weapons of mass destruction, and uncritically reporting on that to justify going to war with Iraq, going and invading a foreign nation that we had no business invading.
Right.
So that happens all the time.
Do you think that that's starting to get upset even by like podcasting, streaming? Do you think that apple cart's starting to change? It feels like.
Oh, for sure. I think that the independent media, the independent media sphere definitely is like dominating, partially because of that reason. Sometimes for bad reasons. People have lost confidence in media when they just don't like what they're reporting, even if they're reporting the truth. And then there are plenty of major reasons, like Jeffrey Epstein's death. Like you go to any outlet, most of them are going to rule it a suicide. No critical no critical reporting on it whatsoever, just unconditionally saying like, no, it was definitely a suicide. Like the average American doesn't feel that way. And also there's very valid reasons as to.
Okay, can I just say this? Epstein did not kill himself. He was murdered. It's the most. If you think Epstein killed himself, you're stupid. You are legitimately a stupid person. Now, when I say he was murdered, I also mean like psychologically torturing the guy, threatening him about how he was going to be passed around by, every evil, sociopath in prison, and they were going to make sure his every living minute was torture. And then he dies where, the guards who were on suicide watch just both fell asleep, and oh man, the camera broke, and oh wow, the guy next to him was a psychotic mass murderer. It's like, wow, oh whoops, I can't believe the most anticipated and important detainee in all of federal custody just killed himself. Crazy how that works.
To why they don't feel that way. Israel is another great example of this, where like it was like 80% of Americans wanted a ceasefire. And yet, if you look at all the way from CNN to Fox News, every single outlet was just like, no, you don't understand. Israel has to kill these children. Like, please. No, you don't understand. Oh. Like, can you imagine? Imagine a role reversal in that situation where like you got Osama bin Laden's best lads on CNN immediately after 9/11 being like, listen, like we had to blow up the Twin Towers. Like you don't, the World Trade Center, it was right there. It was asking for it.
One of them was a little askew.
Yeah. We had to fix it.
I think it's crazy. Well, there's that famous video that got shared a few years ago, like during COVID, when it was like every channel was reporting the same exact. It was just the same script. It was almost just
Sinclair Broadcasting.
Yeah.
So that's ironically a lot of right wingers spread that one.
Is that true or not?
No, it is. But that's right wing. That's Sinclair Broadcasting. It's like a right wing media company that basically bought out all the remaining local news broadcasters.
Wow.
So it's like an umbrella. Right-wing media is all over the place, actually, and a lot of people don't realize it. Like whenever Fox News talks about like mainstream media lies, I'm like, bro, you are the most popular news network in the country. What do you mean mainstream media? Like you're dominating everybody else.
Good point. So you're saying that a lot of times mainstream media is also right-wing media.
Yeah, right-wing media is so dominant. And in the independent side, right-wing media is dominant as hell too. But like on the mainstream side, right-wing media is incredibly dominant. They dominate the local news with Sinclair Broadcasting, and also all the way up to Fox News, which is the most famous, which is the most like successful network news broadcaster in the country.
Is Fox News the most watched news network?
By widest margins.
Really? I didn't know that.
It's not even close. CNN and MSNBC, Trump always talks about how CNN and NBC are, in the pooper. Their ratings are awful. These guys love presenting themselves as vulnerable victims, and I really always get annoyed by that. Like they say that about. They used to always say that about like Facebook too. They're like, oh, they're banning stuff. And I'm sure they banned like vaccine denial or whatever, right? Because Facebook wanted to be woke and liberal until Mark Zuckerberg got hit with the Dominican Ray. But
so then when people say mainstream media, then I guess what did it, because it always felt to me like, that every outlet was just always super liberal. That's what it felt like.
They are. No, for sure. Like a lot of, like the New York Times, you got CNN, ABC, CBS, like NBC. These outlets are liberal. Now, obviously, I'm a little bit of a radical, I guess. So I'm definitely not fond of the Democratic Party either, even though my criticisms of the Democrats are because of their closeness to the Republicans in general. But yeah, they are. I would say that they're definitely liberal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like on the side of the people or anything like that, or on even the progressive side of many of these issues. And that's why I said there's this uniparty attitude, like liberals and Republicans. They basically come together and agree when it comes to giving more money to Israel.
Yeah,
not the voters. I'm talking like institutions. I'm talking politicians.
Yeah,
in general.
That seems to be. I think it feels so far away from being represented. Like the people feel so far away from being represented, and I feel like that seems like it's gotten further and further in my lifetime. I can't tell if it's just because I'm getting older and so you hear about more stuff like that, or if it's actually true. But I think people just feel like, you know, like, why are we having to audit our own government? You know, whether or not the means that they're going about it are good or not. But it's like the fact that people are cheering to have our own government audited. The fact that it's like, yeah, that 80% of the people would say they don't support what's happening in Gaza, but yet we would still send money to Israel. Like, I think
Trump has done that. The other day, Trump was like, yo, we can't give any more money to Ukraine, right? You're done. He's like, Zell Disney, you're out. And then he turns around and he's like, also, we're sending $3 billion of weapons and bulldozers to Israel pronto.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Bring that up.
3.4 billion, I believe, on the same day. Yep, Rubio bypasses Congress to send Israel $4 billion in arms. They were like, oh, we have to expeditiously send this out to Israel.
Arms for what?
What do you mean?
Gazans. To kill Gazans. This is, oh my God. This is Hassan is cooking. This is why they hate Hassan so much. Can I talk about this for a second? Like, I've been cooking this. Would you guys be interested in me talking, like writing an article or something on this? Because I want to pitch like Jacobin or The Nation on metapolitics and write a piece for them, because like I just legitimately don't think people get it. Hassan gets more hate than almost anyone, and the reason why is because he's contesting the pre-political spaces, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, like gaming spaces in general. Like, that's why the right wing is winning, because they're radicalizing normies and because they're dominating the pre-political spaces. And this is a strategy they've knowingly pursued. They've knowingly been like, we're going to go into these spaces and then we're going to like make being a feminist toxic. We're going to seize these locations of marginalized, especially men, and insert them with far right political valiance. Or, you know, and Hassan is the person who disrupts that. Right? Bernie Sanders is really the guy who made the space for it, because so many people organically liked Bernie Sanders and what he was saying about legalizing weed, about free college, about, you know, like on the issues. And he seemed to attack the establishment and offer a compelling story about why things were fucked up. And that's why everyone is so, that's why centrists and the right hate Hassan so much, because he's disrupting those pre-political spaces where they would otherwise dominate.
Continue killing Palestinians.
Is there anybody left there?
Yeah, there's still a million plus Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. They're basically just like living in the rubble, trying to rebuild. I mean, these are some of the most resilient people on the planet. Like, they've been through hell a million times over, you know.
You still see a lot of great, like there was a beautiful video, I'm not sure if it was AI or not, of them trying to celebrate Ramadan the other night in the rubble.
The long table?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was real, though. I don't think that was AI. Because I saw people taking photos of that. Yeah, I mean, also the other side of this is like the Gaza Strip is like overwhelmingly children. Like, we're talking,
I know,
like the average age is 14. People are like 50+% are minors.
Well, I think
that's before October 7th.
But like a year ago, people would be afraid to have, I think, this conversation people be afraid.
Oh, for sure.
Including us. Like, I'd be afraid that.
No, I mean, look, I've been openly pro-Palestinian emancipation for the past decade, and I've seen a major attitude shift.
You're like, the Turkish Macklemore, dude.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because he's been.
When I was in third grade, I thought I was gay.
No, did he do that?
That's what was his song.
Oh, well, dude, you got to be pretty. You have to have an open attitude to even think that way in third grade. But no,
yeah,
he's been unabashedly afraid to share about Palestine. You know.
Yeah. No, he's had his heart changed. I think his heart's in the right place. Like, I think he's doing great.
He was from the beginning about it. I mean, he was early on it.
Yeah.
Not like 10 years. He hasn't been, but since it became like more of a hot button issue in the past 3 or 4 years, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll never discard allies. That's an amazing thing to look at the situation with clarity, with moral clarity, and just be like, listen, I didn't know enough about this, and now I've recognized the cruelty of what we are doing. Like, because that's the other thing. Like,
there's two types of people. Like, this is a very important point, and this is what earns a pause. Basically, either You're the type of person who actually believes in like human beings have value, or you're the type of person who's like, wait, you actually believed that? That's the only attitudes people show toward Israel. And they tell you exactly who they are.
America, whether we agree to it or not, or whether we recognize it or not, is like participating in this in a pretty meaningful way. They're offering political cover at the UN. You got the basically war crime cops out there at the ICC and ICJ, the International Court of Justice, which prosecutes state on state prosecutions. You have the International Criminal Court, which is a court that prosecutes war criminals, right?
And both of them have issued for Netanyahu to be arrested, right?
So South Africa has a case against Israel for genocide that's ongoing, and at the ICJ and at the ICC, the International Criminal Court has a prosecutor that has issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Galan for the crime of doing a genocide, for being war criminals, intentional starvation of a captive civilian population. It's a pretty obvious war crime. So,
well, I just think it's, honestly, bro, some of it I think is kind of pussy. Like, and I hate to say that because some people don't have pussies or don't believe in them or whatever, but it's like, I think if your military is so great, send in snipers and get the bad guys. That's how I feel. Do some covert op shit, but
they don't want to do that because they would die. Like, they can't fight toe to toe with the Palestinian people. So that's why they don't want to do that. That's why they're bombing with our bombs, because they can't actually fight Palestinians toe to toe in their own land. So they don't want to do that because they would lose the battle. So they want to dominate with air superiority because that's the thing they have. That's the advantage they have. And they don't mind killing kids and using chemical weapons.
To be like,
their military's ass, though. That's the problem. They just have overwhelming firepower and air superiority. That's it.
But that's the part to me. It's like, send in some, if those are the bad guys, send in and get do some. It just felt like this. I don't know. It just started to feel gross. And then the great thing was, it feels like you couldn't hide it from a nation. You could not hide from the world that what they were doing was wrong. But going back to what you're saying, how much are we complicit in so many of these?
I mean,
types of things that happen in different countries, and do we need to be?
No, I think we are complicit. I mean, that's how I feel about it, at least. But that's why I actively urge people to protest and do everything in their power to try to put an end to this, because I think we have a lot of power in this regard in the United States of America. I don't think that America is like a true democracy by any means, and this kind of stuff basically puts that on display for everyone to recognize. Or whenever people go, hey, can we get healthcare? And the government's like, fuck you. Then you're like, what? Like, this would be nice to have, socialized medicine. But you still got to keep trying.
It's that time, baby. It's that time to get that thing on ya. Get that thing on ya. HEO. That's ORACLE.com/Theo.
I wouldn't say it's like complicity in terms of like your hands are bloody individually, but the least you can do is not actively champion America doing this stuff, and also go out and protest, like and try to give a voice to voiceless people that are just being massacred for no reason.
Yeah. Why is there such a strong bond between America and Israel? I've heard Candace Owens was saying that she thought it was blackmail, but why do you think there's really such a strong bond?
Candace Owens got a lot of thoughts on that stuff. I think there's like two different camps here. You got people who critically analyze the relationship with Israel, and then you got people who are like, it's the Jews, I am in the critically analyzing the situation camp, rather than just being like, oh, it's Jews because they got mind control powers or whatever the fuck people say. It's because it is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, and it has its own espionage facilities.
Except it's not, though, Hassan. We don't have bases in Israel. This is a hypothetical thing. We don't actually have bases. We don't have like an aircraft. We have like one spy base, and now we have like THAAD forces there, but it's not real. It's not like we have military bases in Israel that we operate from. Like, it's just not, it's not we're not getting a straightforward. I don't think he's right about this. I think that this is like the analysis of Israel that leaves aside the reality that they get the support they get, not because of their usefulness or utility, but because of the way the military industrial complex and the Israel lobby has affected American foreign policy, especially in our politics. Like that, you know, maybe back in the day, 40 years ago, that logic made sense, but nowadays it doesn't. Like Saudi Arabia, like, you know, there isn't competition, great power competition in the Middle East. We dominate the Middle East. Like we have bases at, you know, in Turkey. We have, you know, we have access to Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or the Gulf states. Like we have Djibouti, you know, we don't need Israel. Like, it's just not true. And we don't really operate from Israel that much.
And that is the reason, like, we basically carried over from the British this settler colony in the region that we can just kind of use or have a collaborative relationship with. And it's incredibly valuable for us. So valuable that, like, I mean, Israel,
I really think you guys should read the Israel Lobby, the book, The Israel Lobby.
Blown up USS Liberty like a American Navy.
It's just not. It's it's very reductive to be like, oh yeah, it's because the U.S. benefits, and it's like we have not benefited equal to the investment and the damage that's being done. Like this is the thing. Like I think this is an old take, and it just doesn't work anymore. like supporting Israel is just hurting us in the world. It's not actually enhancing our security. It's making America lose face. It's undermining the international institutions that we dominate. Like the International Criminal Court and the United Nations are dominated by the United States. And we're destroying them because Israel dominates our politics so thoroughly. Like, honestly, like the idea that the US is getting benefit that nets out to be more than what it's costing us at this point, especially in light of the genocide, it's just not the case.
And basically,
that was in the 50s, I think.
It benefits individual politicians, exactly, and it benefits those individual politicians. How? Through the Israel lobby. Like the idea that the U.S. is gaining like a whole bunch of shit from Israel is just not true.
In that process, like it was an incredibly valuable Cold War ally because we were terrified.
The Cold War ended fucking 30 years ago at this point. You know, I mean, like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
A lot of Israel going and like collaborating with the USSR. You got Arabic nationalism happening all around the region.
True.
These countries that are developing nation states are doing so on the boundaries of you know, defeating their colonial occupiers, whether it be French colonialism or British colonialism, and simultaneously they're looking to the USSR, right? And they're like, you know, maybe you guys will help us out. This seems like a cool thing that you guys got going on over there. The socialism stuff ain't too bad. America goes, fuck that. And they basically hit the Israel button as hard as they could, where they were just like, you guys are going to be our extension.
Right.
It's like, some of my friends say there are favored client states, and then there are client states that America just discards. Ukraine is obviously a non-favored client state, and that's what happens when you're done with Ukraine, where you're like, I'm done with this, you know, pack it up, give me all your minerals, even if you have any, who knows, I don't care, you know your place. America does this to the Kurds all the time as well, where they'll just like arm them and be like, yeah, you guys need to develop a nation state. It'd be nice. Kurds are an ethnic minority in the region.
Okay.
35 million people.
In what region?
In the Middle East. 35 million people don't have a nation state. A lot of them live in Turkey.
So kind of homeless kind
Iraq. Well, yeah, yes and no. And there's like varying degrees of cruelty that they're subjected to in these countries as like an ethnic minority, my country included in Turkey.
Wow.
And they want to build a nation state. They got an autonomous region in Iraq now. They're in Syria as well. They're in Iran as well. And then
they're trying to figure it out.
Turkey. Yeah, so America will go up to them and be like, we're going to arm you guys. We're going to train you guys. Go fuck shit up. And then as soon as they're done, they just discard them. And they're like, okay, go. They'll tell Turkey you can go and, you know, bomb these villages that they're in. Who cares? It doesn't matter anymore.
So what you're saying, I think it's like that's one of the things that makes it tougher. The more information you learn, I think, in the world, it's like
the shittier things seem.
Yeah, in some
it's
ways.
true.
But the reality of things, you just see the reality. It's like, yeah, you need, and if you were playing a game of Risk and you were these powerful people, how would you operate? And yeah, it gets to be tough to find out, okay, well then what does being an American still mean to me? And then also that things are so conflicting and dangerous out there amongst these like leaders and powers that you have to like kind of put a flag in something for yourself, you know, just to kind of get to, because otherwise you'll just be sort of aimless, it feels like.
Well, I mean, I think I
don't know if I'm even explaining that fully right, but
you got to stand for something. Is that what you're saying? If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything.
Yeah. So here's what I think. It's like the more we learn about history, and the more we learn about just like my
favorite dumb guy thing, and this is something Trump does a lot, which is like, we're just finding out about this. We're just finding out about how Russia invaded Ukraine. We're just finding out about this. We're just finding out about this. And it's like, that's just history, man. What do you mean we? I knew about that. You mean you? It's like the dumb guy thing is like, they don't want to pretend that them not knowing something is their problem. It's no. Them not knowing something is, we all don't know that. We're all learning together.
The like, well, America did these things, and some of it, 9/11 could have been the result of some of that. Just the more you start to learn that America hasn't always been this perfect partner, and that it just starts to test like, okay, well, what does it mean to be an American to me? But then at the same time, you need to be an American because you live in a country that's safe and you're able to operate here within the country. So it's, I don't know, it just makes it kind of interesting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. What you're exhibiting is a very normal contradiction that a lot of Americans, when faced with the reality of American foreign policy, they come to terms with this. Like they try to resolve this contradiction where on the one hand you're saying, well, I'm an American. I like the security blanket that I exist under, right? But also simultaneously you're like, but damn, we're doing a lot of fucked up shit around the world. I mean, look, people always yell at me and say, oh, Hassan, you only say America bad. But I don't just stop at that. Like I want America to be good. I think America has an incredible potential. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet. It should be doing so much more to help its own citizens, and so much more to lead the way, pave the way for a new evolution of the way that we look at international relations than the way that we engage with conflict. But
by the way, can I just pause it here again and say, this is exactly why Hassan's strategy is so valuable, and why hey Ryan from PA, thanks for why I am a fan of Hassan and supporter of Hassan. I could never do this in a million years. Like the world where I go on Theo Von, we're already like winning. Like it's already Jover, right? And people are trying to jump on the bandwagon at the last second. You know what I mean? But Hassan is out there going in places where Candace Owens is being received and changing minds, man. You know what I mean? Like that's really important for keeping our politics relevant.
The reason why America is the way it is because I see it as basically, 50 corporations in a trench suit. Like it's just it's a holdover to extract tax revenue from everyday Americans and then give it directly back to corporations in the form of subsidies without ever regulating them and demanding anything in return. I think one of the best examples of this was when, Russia invaded Ukraine. And then Russia is also part of OPEC Plus, so they went back to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so take us back. Our listeners, if we get too much information, a lot of them don't.
They're going to tune it out.
Well, I think if it's new information for me, I shouldn't say them. If it's new information for me, it's hard for me to go along. So OPEC.
Yeah, why are you throwing him under the bus?
I know, I am. My bad, guys. I am the problem. So, but OPEC is the oil.
Yeah.
So OPEC is like an oil NATO. Is that right?
Yeah. Basically, exactly. It's a cartel.
Okay,
that's what it is. It's a group of countries that have oil reserves that basically set the price of oil barrels.
Okay,
and Saudi Arabia is pretty dominant because like they have, they're the oil
right, they're
gods,
the big dogs. They're damn.
Yeah, and Yeah, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And Russia basically went back to OPEC and was like...
Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
At the time, Russia had a lot to, a lot to gain from, and all these other countries had a lot to also gain from basically limiting the price of, or limiting the supply of oil. We're in the post-COVID era too, and then like they're also, they were also making a lot of money, or they had lost a lot of revenue, so they wanted to recoup because nobody was like flying around or using oil because everyone was like stuck at home.
Oil's been down.
So they were recouping on those losses by just basically saying demand is on an all-time high. We're not going to produce, we're not going to keep up with that demand to make sure that we stabilize the prices.
Right. So they're saying, there's only so much oil, even though there's as much as they want. They kind of want.
Oh yeah, they could have produced way more.
Right.
So the point I was going to make is Brandon went back to Saudi Arabia. He shook hands with MBS and was like,
Who did,
"Hey, Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Yeah, he went to Saudi Arabia. He was like, "Come on, Jack, produce more oil. Come on, don't do it." And they were like, "Nope." The reason why I'm telling this convoluted story is because then we have American oil and gas industry providers, right? Like we have our own oil. Everybody always talks about how we have independence, like energy independence in America. So he went back to the American oil and gas industry and was like, all right, you guys have to, produce more oil because you have to offset what like OPEC is doing. And you know what they said? Fuck you. That's what they said. The oil and gas producers in this country, the fossil fuel industry gets 80% of our energy subsidies. It's like billions of dollars that they get.
Subsidies from American. They get kickbacks from the government.
Not even a kickback. Like government collects taxes, and then government gives these companies, whether they're in agriculture or whether they're in the oil and gas industry, they give money to these companies to keep prices relatively low, to keep up with the cost of the production. Right? They're like, hey, we're going to give you this money so you keep prices low. But in a time...
because that company owns so much of the actual market of whatever that product is, that if they wanted to adjust it, they could do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even know that.
And they just didn't supply the federal government with more oil. Like they just did not... they did not produce more in the time to stabilize prices. And you got like the oil lobby guys going on CNBC and actively being like, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our shareholders to maximize profit. We don't care if the prices are high, sucks to suck because our profits are great. And the reason why I explained all this is because I think that's a perfect demonstration of how America operates, like the American government operates rather, where it serves corporations, not the people. And then you got China on the other hand, where like it's, they got billionaires too, they got massive corporations too, but those corporations serve the government. Now that can be bad, but if the government is interested in uplifting the public good, and doing like even development or whatever, then ultimately they just can force corporations' hands to do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's like, the more you learn, it's you have to then decide, okay, you almost have to differentiate, well, what does it mean to be an American to me? Because if I stay here and I sleep under this banner of America where I can make money and I can have, and there's a welfare system, and albeit there, people have ideas of whether they're good or bad, and those, but that I stay here, I continue to stay here, I keep myself here, this is where I choose to be, in the safety of this place. It's like, well, how complicit am I, or am I just an American? And this is I got blessed into this place, and this is where I am. And if somebody else weren't born into this place and they were in a place that were, more hostile and scary to live in and sleep in and try to survive in, wouldn't they be praying that they would be here, or that they would have some of the same things?
Yeah, everyone.
Does that make any sense?
No, it does. Yeah, no. What you're describing, like I said, is what leftists call like living in the imperial core. Because if you're in the heart of empire, you at the very least don't suffer the repercussions of being the victims, right?
Right.
Like you're not in Guatemala, so you're not getting destabilized by the American government in many instances, like, or at least throughout your history. So you haven't been kept down and therefore your situation in comparison to them is going to be a lot better.
And then what do I want my life to be like day to day? Do I want it to be this constant or do I want to not think about those things and think that those are the government's, some of that's the government's responsibility? I do my best to elect and vote in a way that I think is meaningful and vote for the best person. And then I try to enjoy my life and take care of my family and my neighbor. I think it's like, I don't know. That's kind of how I think maybe I start to break it down in my head,
Yeah. So, that what you were describing right there is basically the heart of, I wouldn't say the problem necessarily, but that is why a lot of people just like tune out, because they feel just powerless at the end of the day. You got your protests, you vote, and then these guys do whatever the fuck they want to do. What am I supposed to do is like the attitude that the average citizen has in this country. And that's why things slowly but surely seemingly get worse year over year. Maybe not for you and I, because we're relatively successful, but for like average people, for everyday people, shit is fucked up, and they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it, and they become so malleable and so open to responding to anybody that will look at. Anybody that will recognize their frustration and say it's actually because of this and that. And I think Trump tapped into that so perfectly, and that's why he won. That's why he defeated the Democrats so handily, because he was like, yes, you're angry. I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because woke libtards, because DEI, because trans people, because, undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of BlackRock. You know what I mean? It's not a Guatemalan migrant that's sitting at the board of BlackRock, purchasing all the fucking houses, or they're not the real estate developers that refuse to add to the much needed supply of housing.
Yeah, and instead put a fucking rag and bone in every town, dude.
I fucking hate rag and bone.
Well, it's just like, dude, don't tear down cool areas and just put up a rag and bone, dude.
Yeah.
It's not fucking cool. But man, it's interesting. I never really heard it put like that. And then of course, the other things, you say these other things to people, that doesn't feel, you got to point. You have to approach people with something they can point a finger at, and it's whatever they're pointing at is close enough where they feel like it can be reached.
Yeah.
Right? Like those are things that it's like, but also those are things like you label, like, and Trump talked about them last night on some of the congressional address. I think it was the party address last night.
Yeah, he did like a fake State of the Union. It was a joint congressional address.
Joint congressional address.
Yeah,
because he talked about some of those things like DEI.
Yeah, bro, they cut DEI. Now planes are fucking falling out of the sky, man. We need to bring Pete Buttigieg back as the transportation secretary. He needs to fix the problem.
Was he a dog in there?
No.
We need black pilots, dude. First of all, black people can jump better. So how are you not going to have a fucking black dude in a plane, bro?
I don't know. I don't know about the jumping. I don't know. I don't know how that would factor into the pilot program.
But still, dude, if I saw Michael Jordan in the cockpit, that bitch, we're gonna stay up. That's how I'm feeling.
100%.
Like that's where I feel.
Now
Hassan is right. Like if you see a black man in an airplane cockpit, do you know how hard that was? Do you know how hard that motherfucker had to work? Do you know how much bullshit he had to go through? He was dedicated.
I think if I get on a plane and I see a white man, that dude better be in a polyamorous relationship, okay? I need that dude sucking dick, okay?
Dude.
I need something. If he's straight and he's a straight white male, that plane is falling, dude. That's what's going on. Trump came in, he killed DEI. Every day there's another fucking plane crash.
But is it white dudes doing it? Here's the thing.
No, I'm fucking around. I'm not being serious. Even though Republicans do think that is real, where they're like, oh, if there's a black woman pilot, that's why planes are falling. It's like, no, dumbass, it's because of fucking capitalism. Like they've literally undercut every aspect of production to make more money. They constantly outsource. They constantly send certain aspects of manufacturing to other countries where there's like less regulation and less restrictions. That makes them more money. And that's why fucking planes are, the doors are exploding and shit while they're flying.
Is that one of the real reasons you think it's going on?
That's 100% the reason why it's going on.
Bring it up. See if we can. That's a good question. Why? Because there seems to be these little times in history where it's like, okay, for this year, it's almost like they press a plane trouble button, and it's like, oh, now there's plane trouble.
Well, that's also because minor incidents happen all the time. Right. But the media hyper focuses on them when it becomes like a hot button topic. That's what it is. And there are obviously freak accidents as well. Like freak accidents happen. Mm-hmm. But I think there's never really like a perfect example, like a perfect demonstration of why these things are happening more frequently.
Yeah. Let me see what this even says. No, there were actually more plane crashes between January 1st, 2024 and February 1st, 2024 when you compare the same time period this year to last year. So there were more crashes.
Yeah, but the difference is the severity of like one big crash and then people hyper-focus on it. This happened with Palestine, Ohio. Remember when the train derailment happened and everybody was like, why aren't they covering this? Well, I'm a little bit of a foamer. I love trains. Maybe it's because of the autism, but like, how how many train derailments happening every year? Every single year, 1,000. Some of them are minor, some of them are major, right? So every single person hyper-focused on this, understandably, because like they try to do a shitty-ass cover-up for it and be like, oh, no, everything is fine.
And there was gas leaking. Yeah, there was definitely.
Like, oh, you just feel itchy. It's normal. Keep drinking the water. It's fine that it's green. Shut up. But because of that, then everybody started focusing on all these derailments. And they were like, what the hell's going on? And it's like, there's a lot of that happens all the time. It's just the media doesn't pay attention to it, because if you paid attention to it all the time, you go crazy. It's like crime.
Right.
Crime in big cities. It's a constant.
Oh, yeah.
That is a buddy of mine was staying with me, and he's from like the suburbs of Portland, right? Just like a very white neighborhood. And I live in the middle of West Hollywood. And, LA is not like New York or whatever, but it's still a city, right? Every time he heard firecrackers or whatever, like fireworks or whatever, he would freak out. He's like, is that gunshots? I'm like, no, man, that's just fireworks. Like, what are you talking about? And then he would hear like, ambulances or police sirens, and he'd freak out. Because like, if you live in a suburb and you hear police sirens, yeah, some crazy happen, right? But if you live in a city, you hear it all the time as background noise, because there's always shit happening. There's tens of millions of people around.
So how are you saying that relates to this?
What I mean by that is, if you pay attention to it with apps like Nextdoor and Citizen and Ring and all this stuff, you start realizing that like it's happening all the time, and it makes you go crazy. Same with train derailments, same with plane crashes and whatnot. They're a normal part of this process, and you got to look at the data and try to figure out if this is like truly unique or not. And in terms of the plane crashes, the deadly nature of some of them is unique. There've been some big ones, right? Like with the Ronald Reagan Airport one. But outside of that, like, minor bumps at the Seattle airport or whatever, like that's normal.
Yeah, and a couple of them were like these planes almost hit each other. And they would show you a video, and I watched one of them 2 times. I'm like, that shouldn't even look close to me.
Yeah.
But they just label it that way. It's definitely kind of fascinating. Then once something happens, you start to hyper focus on it more. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. I've benefited from therapy.
These motherfuckers have so many ads, dude. Holy shit. How much do you think he gets paid for these, man?
Yourself a Democrat? What do you consider yourself?
No, I'm a leftist. That's what I say, where I'm very critical of both parties in general. I don't think that either party really represents my interests. Like, the Democrats sometimes will point to things that I care about, and they are, I guess, a little bit closer to the way I see the world than the Republicans are. But I'm actively critical of both parties.
Yeah,
because I don't care. I don't care about party affiliation. I care about like doing right by people. I care about putting the interests of people over the interests of profits for corporations.
Yeah, I hate it when somebody tries to label like, oh, you're MAG or you're this type of thing. It's like that. I've never wanted to be put in a box my whole life. I don't feel like there's enough parties really to represent the people. Yeah. And I think the more information you get and learn, I think a lot of people start to feel that way. Like, I don't think this party really represents me, you know? But then there's such conglomerates of so many different little pieces that they almost, you're like, well, I like this person in this one. I like this person on the chess team, or this rook. So they will get my vote because they have that player, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I think as more people get more information and able to look into things more, that kind of evolves.
I think that there's one thing that transcends party boundaries, and I feel like you exhibit that tendency as well, and that is dissatisfaction with the government and the two-party system anyway. And I think Trump also captured the attention of a lot of people by making it seem like he was totally outside of this dynamic, where he was like, I'm an independent, I'm a billionaire, I'm rich, I don't give a fuck about either of these parties, you know, vote for me. And that's why you have a lot of people who love Bernie Sanders, because he's earnest, he's honest, and it's obvious that he's not like, you know, a Democratic Party dick rider. And he has a long track record of like constantly doing right by others, constantly advocating for things that like, you know, help people. Even if he doesn't have much success, that earnesty has, I think, created this unique phenomena of people that like Bernie and also Trump, people like yourself.
It's not surprising at all. It is not surprising at all. If you think about how people actually behave, they're socially oriented animals, okay? Human beings are socially oriented animals. And you have to have your brain altered through a very specific set of experiences for you to think ideologically, okay? This is the biggest problem that we have, is that human beings have the potential to be really smart. Almost every human being has the potential to be really intelligent, all right? But the reality is most people have not been given the experiences necessary to be very smart. That's just what it is. That's unfortunately the case. Now, there's limits. Some people, you know, when you say smart, you know, people have a lot of different definitions for what they think that means. Some people, smart means they know a lot. Some people say smart and they mean sharp and bright and picks up things quickly. Sometimes people may mean smart and they mean competent and effective and knowledgeable. You know, smart means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, right? What I mean by that is, when I mean smart, I mean knowledgeable and competent and have good judgment. Not necessarily they read a book and can remember everything super fast, okay? That's a certain type of intelligence that is important, right? But for learning, but it doesn't mean you actually develop discernment. It doesn't mean you actually develop wisdom. It doesn't mean you actually develop the ability to apply facts and your worldview to a situation and come out with a good prediction or whatever. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. And so people like Bernie Sanders and they like Donald Trump because they piss the right type of people off. That's why. It is people being socially oriented and being like, those people are my enemies, and those are the people that dislike Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. And so people tend to flock to them because they're polarized against the type of people that dislike them. That's what it is. And the thing about Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, you know, bends over backwards to not offend normie sentiment, even though he then immediately lies.
Who think, well, these guys are anti-establishment. Right?
Yeah, I think one thing about Trump was like, and I was like, fuck, it made you believe, because most people knew him like from rap songs, probably from being like a rich white guy, having rich guy hair, and then from being on The Apprentice, right?
Yeah, which was a very, you want to know
pretty
something
monumental how that all shaped out.
You want to know something crazy about The Apprentice? It was one of the most diverse shows on network television at the time. It literally was one of the first shows that like prominently featured a bunch of black and brown people in it. Bunch of gay people in it too. He was woke as hell. That motherfucker was doing DEI before anybody else. Now he switched up. You see this? He switched up.
Yeah, I remember he gave Flavor Flav a job working at a ice cream shop or something one day. I remember seeing that episode. So yeah, I mean, he was I just thought there was a moment where it's like, oh, anybody, because you're right, he didn't seem like a political insider. He seemed like, you know, I think he's always been this, or notoriously it seemed like he's just been this kind of like shady real estate executive guy, which I think at a certain point, some people were like, oh, I'll take that. I'll take a ruthless business guy as our president because politics has become a ruthless business. But I think, there was a thing like, oh, anybody could be president, right? So that in a way felt a little bit like the American dream, or at least a little piece of like anybody. There was a feeling like, oh, he got it. Because nobody thought he would win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think there was that comeback piece to him, right?
Yeah. But then he was president for 4 years, and people were like, oh, okay, maybe this wasn't so good. And then what did the Democrats do? Who did the Democrats put forth? They put forth a cadaver who was like, no, we're going back to business as usual, baby. And Americans were so fatigued by Donald Trump, but they were just like, I don't want to pay attention to the television anymore. Like, sure, I'll vote for this guy instead. And then Brandon wins, and then everyone's like, oh my God, things are awful. Wars all over the place.
Biden, you mean?
Yeah, Biden. I just keep saying Brandon. I'm sorry. I'm so used to calling him Brandon.
Well, people say let's go Brandon is like a Trump thing.
Yeah.
But then I just don't want people to get confused.
Yeah, my bad. So Biden comes in, and wars everywhere, cost of living crisis, like a lot of the resentment and anger that people felt in 2016 towards Hillary Clinton because their situation wasn't so great that caused them to vote for Donald Trump, it was left unexamined. Like it was never recognized. It was never fixed. Right. So when all the stuff piles on, people are resentful again. And lo and behold, they want to put that mallet. They want to bring the mallet back in to just like hammer the federal government because they're just like, we fucking hate this. We hate the way things are going. So we'll give this guy a shot again. And that's how you arrive at Trump, too.
The other thing is things were not that bad when Trump was president as far as the average everyday person's living experience. And they significantly worsened under Biden when they compare. Now, I think that the problems of 2019 were serious, and there was a lot to be pissed off about in 2019 and 2020. But when you look at what Joe Biden did, Joe Biden made things worse for regular people. And if you deny that, you are stupid and you are out of touch. And I think you are an overeducated liberal who's privileged. Like if you don't think things were worse for regular people in 2024 than they were in 2019, you're crazy. And so people were like, I would rather go back to 2019 than have another term of Biden and Harris. That was just a rejection of the status quo because Biden and Harris did not deliver change that people could hold on to that actually affected their lives. Housing and food are out of control.
And now he is doing the mallet. He's ripping over the administrative state. He's doing mass layoffs of the federal regulatory agencies. And it's crazy to me that people don't understand that like these are the same problems that have persisted that he's basically worsening by also, removing tens of thousands of people that work for the federal government with like decent paying jobs. I'm a big advocate for more government employees. I think we should have millions more, not less. Give everybody a fucking job.
Oh, well, I think that I think women should get paid so that they can be at home with their children. And that way, or a man, if one of them wants to work. No. And then the other one can be at home to be a parent. I wish that was something that we did with our money.
They would never do that, though. That's the problem. They hate.
There was a case for it at one point.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying like Republicans, especially Democrats, won't do either because like both parties kind of like the austerity stuff. Like what
does austerity mean?
Austerity is belt tightening, like fiscal belt tightening, as in lowering expenditures and cutting social safety nets, basically.
Well, I think people are getting to their wits end where it's like nobody believes that either one of these parties is doing anything, right? I think you've had the same problems, you've had the same things happen time over time, and maybe some of it at a certain point you realize, well, that's just the cost of business. It's just like it's just become so bloated. It's become more about them, like you're saying, more about corporations and less about everyday people.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
it's never
just
been,
what it is.
Yeah, it's never been about people, in my opinion. It's like New Deal with a lot of like socialist communist pressure at the time.
FDR's New Deal.
Yeah, FDR's New Deal.
What was it? Bring it up.
FDR's New Deal definitely brought forth a lot of prosperity to America, like got us out of the muck of the Great Depression.
The New Deal was a series of domestic programs.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to.
I'm sorry for pausing and then saying nothing. I'm sorry for pausing and saying nothing. I am so sorry. My mind, I needed to cool down. My mind needed to pause for a second and realize what was happening. I needed to like stop for a second, and I wanted to be like, I needed to stop and just be like, nobody cares about what you care, Mike. Like, they don't care about this stuff. It's fine. This is good. This is good. He's reading it. It's good. He's reading it. It's good that he's reading it. It's fine. He's learning.
Was it a series of domestic programs, public works projects, and financial reforms and regulations enacted by President FDR in U.S. between 33 and 38, in the 1900s, with the aim of addressing the Great Depression, which began in 1929. Wow, dude. So he had to be right on the back of the Great Depression.
Yeah.
Because people always like they'll quote him all the time, you know?
Yeah. He did a lot. Look, he dealt with the pressing bank crisis through the Emergency Banking Act, 1933 Banking Act, Federal Emergency Relief Administration. We set up Social Security. I mean, there's so much that they did in that era because like Americans were I mean, they were experiencing tremendous hardship.
So you're saying a lot of this felt like it was done for the people.
Yeah, it was done for the people because it was a necessary. It was basically necessary for them to do this at the time because of all of the deregulation in the banking side with oil barons and all these like robber barons basically like picking apart and dominating everyday American existence and the economic collapse that came with that. And then someone had to come in and fix this shit. And I think Donald Trump is basically not doing the FDR thing, but the reverse. He's fucking it up and taking it back to like a pre-New Deal era, where
and giving it more towards corporations. You think?
Oh, 100%. I mean, he got Elon Musk right there. He's the richest guy on the planet. He's just putting his through his weird, ugly, egg-shaped penis through every single regulatory agency.
Have people seen his penis? I haven't seen that.
I don't know. That's what
I don't see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they were saying he's got a weird dick.
Really?
I believe
First of all, yeah. If I'm Elon Musk, I'm definitely getting a crazy dick. I'm getting a fucking designer dick. I'm getting a
that's what they're
two-seater. I'll get a damn three-seater cock.
Yeah, they're saying
I'll put suicide doors on my dick, dude, if I'm Elon Musk. But here's what I would say is to counter the thing about Elon is like, or just to discuss it really. I think people are like, we don't give a fuck who's auditing this thing. And finally, there's like, this is the person to audit. This is the person that's going to audit. This is somebody we can blame if something fucks up. This is somebody that at least they're saying that they're going to audit the government. Like, why do we even have to audit our own government?
But we have see that's the problem. We already have an auditing agency. So these guys unironically created an additional agency, which is redundant, to eliminate redundancy. And
that's interesting.
The unfortunate side of this is that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So they go in and they just like pull data and they basically make these public declarations about, you know, $1 billion is going to this or that.
Oh, yeah.
Like they straight up lied. They were like, oh, yeah, we already cut like $200 billion of funds. And then like the New York Times and all these other like actual investigative reporters went in, looked at the data and they were like, dude, that's a lot. Like there's one instance where they claimed that they cut $8 billion and they actually cut $8 million. Like, how do you carry over so many goddamn zeros? They're just like, fuck it, who cares? No one will fact check it. No one will look it up.
Well, the crazy thing is, though, now you have whoever our original auditing system was, and then you have this second, and now we have this second auditing system. But dude, it goes to like, I'll have a financial, like an investment banker, right? Mm-hmm. But there's times, and I probably should, I want to hire somebody to audit my financial advisor because I'm like, is this guy stealing money from me? You know, because you hear so many stories of people getting stolen from, just like in entertainment, different industries, whatever. But it starts to be like, I don't even know who to trust anymore. And I think that's where most people feel like it is. It's like, I don't know if most people necessarily feel like that Elon or Doge is the best, but it's like now it feels like, okay, well, there's a government system that's supposed to be doing this, and then there's a privatized system that's supposed to be doing this. Now, who's the crook? Who knows? But then I think people look to Elon and they say, well, at least he came when he bought Twitter, which was a brave thing to do. It felt like it opened up more opportunity for free speech, like things you couldn't share on there 6 years ago you could share on there now.
Bro,
I'm not saying all that's true.
I think it sucks now. I used to love Twitter.
Twitter's gotten bad. It's scary.
It was already like kind of lame because like, yeah, when it was owned by liberals, it was like it also wasn't, the most fun platform, I will say. But at least there was like some semblance of regulation where it didn't feel like, it didn't feel like the
doxing Nazi website where they have translated Hitler speeches, blaring where people are like, wow, I didn't know Hitler was so X. It's like, what? Like, that's the platform now. And it's like bots, pornography, but like really disconcerting shit just in general. And the dumbest liberals of all time. Like, the liberals are even dumber than they were before.
House that it is now, where I mean, I know that it's like my algorithm as well, I'm sure, because I'm in politics, so I see a lot of political shit. But bro, there's like, I mean, here, I saw this morning. There's a guy who straight up said Adam Schiff a minor at Chateau Marmont, and it has 70,000 likes, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like a QAnon thing.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah, there's so many. No, it's not even this. There was a dude who like.
No, that's not even Adam. That's fucking.
If you look at that's Anthony Bourdain. They're saying Anthony Bourdain saw him the minor, and that's why they actually killed Anthony Bourdain. That's their QAnon loves talking about how Anthony Bourdain saw like Hillary Clinton chop babies up or whatever, and he was right about to come out against them. But if you look up TrueAnon, TrueAnon actually TrueAnon on Twitter.
What is TrueAnon? Is it a cool source?
TrueAnon is my my friend's podcast. It's the #1 anti-pedophilia podcast out there. Here,
no way.
And then keep scrolling. They posted it. Oh, here it is. Awakened Outlaw. That's the one.
The witness is anonymously.
One of the most persistent QAnon beliefs is the huge number of people think that, some of us remember when you a dead child. 76,000 likes.
Damn.
Bro, that's crazy. Like, I fucking hate Adam Schiff.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Trump's funniest things when he calls him Adam shit. Okay. I hate him. He's my fucking congressperson. He sucks. All right. Massive pro-Israel guy. That's an insane thing. You are a fucking schizo. Like, what the fuck?
But that's the crazy thing now. People will you see things and then you start to believe it. Oh, dude, I realize Twitter starts to, it'll start to rot my mind. I'll start to and then it feeds you something. It's like, that's that's another scary thing just about social media. It's about where we're at. Things just feel so, you don't know you'll open it up, you'll close it. Now you're furious. All you were doing was looking for something on your phone.
Yeah.
You're bored for 10 seconds. You opened it up. Now you got 2 links to some shit. Now you're furious. Now you close it. Now you're back in the grocery store where you were a minute ago. You're on the fucking food aisle, but now you're
angry.
You're ape shit insane that a deceased kid somewhere hypothetically got molested by a
sitting American like an American congressperson.
Yeah. And then it's like you want to buy a pussy fart coin or whatever, and you're like, and then you don't even know what to do.
Retardio.
Yes, it's like, oh, Retardio's going to the moon, and you have all these fucking Klan members or whatever trying to sell. Like, it's crazy.
But that's what I mean. Like it was. Like Twitter
it was different, crazy before,
but it was definitely not whatever the fuck this is. And there's so much bottom of the barrel shit too because of the monetization stuff. Like one of my favorite, funniest things that I experience all the time on Twitter is like you got like Genoa Radio or like Saving the White Race or We Gotta Save the West accounts, right? Like they have all these fucking accounts. Mm-hmm. Every single motherfucker on those accounts is from India. Every single motherfucker that does we must preserve the white race, every single one of them is operating those accounts out of India.
Wow.
Because
why, I wonder?
What do you mean? Because you make like $10, $15. That goes a long way in India as opposed to like a real racist in America.
That's DEI at another level then when you think about it.
Yeah, they're using all of those.
Well, that's what they love. Conservative billionaires love to outsource to India. Of course they do.
Those accounts, like there's all of those big prominent white culture accounts.
Oh yeah, honkies do it better or whatever.
Well, I don't know about the honkies one, but because honky seems like I don't think a dude in India knows what a honky is, but but I'm talking like the culture critique, save the white race accounts, and all those like defend Europa accounts. Like every single one of them is like it's like a Malaysian dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna make $15 this month. That's a big, that's
Save
good.
the white race. Yeah, he's just in there.
Yeah, and they post like the shittiest fucking videos as well.
It's unbelievable. It's
so
addicting.
much porn too.
It's too much porn. It's too much porn because I'll be trying to take care of myself, doing decently. I'll just see something, an edge of a tit or something flies by. It's just, and then it just is like you can just get stuck pretty easy, jerking off or whatever. And then I get sad, and then I get ashamed of myself, and then I don't even sleep in my bed on those. Like, dude, on nights like that, I will sleep on the couch. It's almost like I don't even. It's like,
damn.
I know. It's like I'm divorced in my own fucking, and I just live alone. It's like,
bro, like
it's almost like I'm a husband that got caught jerking off. So now you're sleeping out on the couch.
You got to resolve that, man. There's nothing wrong with jerking off, especially before you go to sleep. It's like a nightcap.
Yeah, kind of. But if you had so
one.
many nightcaps over like 20, 30 years, you're like, oh, I'm an alcoholic at this point,
Okay, I got to pause it here. See, Hassan is an atheist. And he was not raised in an American conservative environment. He was raised in a Turkish environment, right? Where jerking off is obviously sinful and they ban and regulate porn. But Hassan got somehow, a healthy relationship with his own sexuality. I don't know how it happened. It's a complete fluke. He's a Turkish guy who moved to New Jersey. Why he's normal on sex, it's incredible. I don't know how that's real. Maybe he dated a really woke woman early on in his life. I don't know. But like how is he normal about sex? I don't know. It's a fluke. It's a freak. It's a freak of it's random chance. It's like, flipping a coin and it landing on its edge. Okay? Or maybe there were so many bad things they all canceled each other out. You know what I mean? You guess what I'm saying? And okay, so Hassan being a normal, a frat bro Turkish guy from New Jersey who's normal about women and sex. That's incredible. That is that's insane. Anyway, okay. In America, a lot of conservatism is about inculcating the idea that even having sexual thoughts is sinful and wrong. So that's what's going on with Theo Von. He's not thinking of sex and masturbating as just a normal part of the human experience, a pleasurable thing, self-care, whatever, something that you do because it's enjoyable and it's good for you to come, and it releases endorphins and it helps your reproductive system stay in top shape and raises testosterone and all those other positive things that jerking off a normal amount does for you, right? Prostate health and all that stuff. He's got this American weird puritanical, and that's why he does the gooning, and that's why he he uses drugs the way he does, because of the conservative programming that's in his brain. It causes him to go into binges. It's well, I'm already committing the sin, so I might as well do the sin to the maximum. He can't just approach things from a morally sane position. He has to enter into binge. If I'm jerking off once, I might as well jerk off 7 times because I've already sinned today. That's the kind of mentality of the American conservative.
Oh no! I've never
sin max. Exactly.
I feel like there's a time and place for that in my regimen. You know what I mean? It's right before I go to sleep. That's the perfect time to do it. There's never been a moment where in the middle of the day I'm like,
yeah, I've never been that guy.
Shit, I gotta crank it. But I feel like a lot of those porn addiction guys are like that. So I'm like, yeah. It's not for me, but maybe you should stop porn. That's how I feel when I hear about some of their stories.
Oh, yeah. I had a buddy who had curtains put inside of his car, and he would go and just close them up so he could sit in his car and masturbate without feeling like people were going to point at him or whatever.
What the?
Yeah.
Yo,
crazy.
That dude needs to be institutionalized. What are you
jerk off at home? What is going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? Your goon mobile? What is happening?
mean? No, put a fucking straitjacket on that motherfucker. Stop. He's gotta be put in a room like Train Spotting. Like he's gotta quit cold turkey. Like he's quitting heroin.
In Soho, that's considered off Broadway.
Yeah,
dude.
no way, dude. No, render him immobile for like a week, and oh my god, the amount of energy that he probably has in there, trapped in there. If he doesn't jerk off for a week, he's gonna start levitating. He's gonna come out of there like like a god.
His car to start running on his own semen or whatever. I shouldn't have said that part, but you had Bernie Sanders on your show.
I did, yeah.
Pretty cool, man. How awesome was that?
Yeah, he's the man. I love Bernie.
Did you find it interesting that people cheered so much against him when they said that he also took money during, like, remember that a couple of months ago? Not a judgment against him. I think all these people, I think when you get into politics, right, it's almost like being in a big family. And if you want something done, it feels like you have to, it's almost just like.
Took money from what, though?
Well, what did they say that he took money from? Who? Oh, RFK said it.
That was.
During when he was interviewing RFK.
During RFK's hearing, he
yeah.
claimed that Bernie was taking money from him.
That's not correct. He never got money from the pharmaceutical industry, like from the big corporate lobbyists. He probably got. So the way this works on Open Secrets is like.
And let me just read it. So just so I can frame
you can read it. Yeah.
The figure cited by Kennedy referred to the industry in which individual donors were employed.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, because Kennedy said that Bernie Sanders got a certain amount of money.
Yeah. And
this is just a clip. This is actually a perfect example of what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Where you see a clip of something, right? In 2020, this was the claim. Senator Bernie Sanders was the single largest receiver of pharmaceutical money in Congress. And the context was this figure cited by RFK Jr. referred to the industry in which individual donors were employed.
Yeah.
It did not refer to funds originating from or directed by pharmaceutical companies.
So what that is the way that when you make a donation to a politician as an individual, it gets filed with the FEC, right? And in that filing, you write what your job is, right? And if you work in the pharmaceutical industry, if you work for Johnson & Johnson as a janitor, that basically gets tracked as like Johnson & Johnson in the section of like whichever sector you're a part of. So like a lot of nurses gave donations to Bernie Sanders. So that's like technically still lobbed under like healthcare. And it was not. Yeah, it was never from like the executives. It wasn't like executives giving him millions of dollars. It's like the fucking janitor works there, or like, you know, like an accountant that works for this company.
But it gets filed, so that it looks like that in some sort of.
Well, it's good to have like
knowing what sectors are donating.
Knowing what sectors are donating, but there is room for nuance, of course, there. And RFK was falsely claiming that he was getting money from like CEOs and like the industry PACs or whatever, when that wasn't the case. It was just like random people that work for these companies, you know?
Yeah, I think it totally makes sense to me that that's the way that it could happen, you know?
Yeah.
But it's so funny. RFK probably saw a clip or has heard, you know, it's just like, it's like.
I think RFK knows better. I don't trust any of these guys. I'll be honest with you. Like whether it's RFK, Trump, or any number of these people, or, you know, Democrats as well, like Kamala Harris, like, I think RFK definitely knows better. He's just saying that because it's a good line and people will believe him.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, that's how it works. I know because like Joe Rogan talked about it too, where they were talking about like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders getting money from like these, big pharmaceutical corporations. That wasn't the case, but it got a lot of mileage on that side of the internet. That's the other thing that I am frustrated by, where there's like no consensus on this stuff anymore.
Like, what does a consensus mean? Like, we all agree on one thing?
Yeah, and you don't have to agree on one. Not everybody has to get together and agree on the same thing, but like, there's no established truth anymore, where everybody's just like operating on whatever the fuck they think is the truth, and heavily leaning into their biases. And I feel like the internet has become way more echo chambered in that regard, and it's very frustrating to see. You know,
there's no, what do you say? Consensus. So there's no like regional place you can go to, except now almost your own gut, or if you're influenced by clips or whatever, right?
Yeah, but we're dumbasses. You know what I mean? Like we're fucking I'm stupid. Like I can't gut check everything. Like
dude, I can't even fucking keep up with you, dude. So I fucking feel you. But what I'm saying is that better than us all being under the influence of some consensus? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just looking at it, right?
I think it's good to have a healthy diet of both, right? Yeah. Like you still need to have trusted resources that you can go to and rely on, that will every now and then be like, that's wrong. You know what I mean? And I try to urge people to not get their media diet exclusively from me either, for that reason. And even my media diet itself is incredibly diverse. I probably watch more Fox News than I watch like CNN and shit, partially because they're more entertaining. But you know, I look at everything so that I can develop a better understanding of like what people are saying and what people are believing in general.
I need to do a better job of that. I think of finding my information diet. You know, and just where does it come from? It's not. I just don't get enough of it. A lot of times I operate mostly just like on my own feelings, kind of, which is in the end kind of your instincts or whatever. But then I start to notice that things that I get influenced by and like my own algorithm and things. And it's like, oh, I'm fucking getting influenced. Yeah. You know, I'm up last night in the middle of the night, and it's like, have I reposted too many TikToks about Gaza, you know, and I'm up for 40 minutes last night laying in my bed and my brain's calculating in front, but shit like that, you know, it's like,
no, the answer is no, you aren't. And like the other thing is like, we're in this weird situation where I don't know how to train people to actually believe in things anymore. Like yesterday or the day before, I can't even remember, honestly. I said that if you like Andy Bashir or Tim Walz, your brain is unrecoverable. And like, that's a evocative and mean thing to say, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who agree with me on a lot of stuff who like Tim Walz and Andy Bashir because they bought propaganda. They ate propaganda about how these guys are like left-wingers who are fighting the good fight, right? Especially Andy Bashir, right? Andy Bashir had a very effective propaganda campaign this past year about how he was like pro-trans and he was a progressive guy and things like that. And the reality is that's just not the case, right? It's just point blank not the case. And the problem is a lot of people have bought that propaganda. So when I say that, they think I'm being extremist or like unreasonable or purity testing or something. And the reason why they think that is they just haven't done the work of knowing who Andy Bashir is or really been involved in state level politics enough to know what a Democrat is, really. They just know about politics from kind of like the national political discourse that exists on places like social media, but they don't actually participate in politics at the state level or really know what a Democrat is, like what a machine Democrat is. And that's 99.99999% of people in this country, and that's never going to change. And I don't really expect that to change. However, what I do want you to do is actually support really progressive candidates 3 years before the presidential election, right? Listen, if it comes down to like, you know, it's Andrew Cuomo versus you know, Tim Walz, and they're the final two candidates in 2028, we'll have a conversation then based on what's going on. You know, the conditions that are going on, we'll make our own determination, et cetera, et cetera. Do you get my point? That's not the world we're in. We are in 2025. There is no Democratic Party leader. There is no Democratic Party consensus. Stop trying to surrender to people on the right. Just stop it. You need to start arguing for shit that people are going to be passionate about. Tim Walz doesn't motivate passion. He doesn't. You are, you know, stop thinking like a fucking robot and start thinking like a human being. And like, you need to be okay with not having anyone yet. You need to be okay with the fact that there hasn't been a leader yet. You need to be okay with that. You need to be ready to jump on the bandwagon for whoever on is the most left-wing person who has a probability of success. That's your job right now. Your job is not to jump on the bandwagon of some fucking centrist Democrat 3 years before the primary election. Your job is to create space for a left-winger to run. And stop sitting there so worried and calculating about what's going to happen 3 years from now. Nobody knows what's going to happen. If a massive recession happens tomorrow and millions of people are out on the streets because their houses get foreclosed upon and they can't afford to live, that's going to create a different political environment than right now. You need to just shut the fuck up and look about building up the left in general. Stop trying to be a fucking pundit and look at the presidential election that will not happen for years and years and years. Just be quiet about that. But that's all people know how to do. And that's why I have to tell you again, if you like Andy Bashir in 2025, you're a dope. You're a dope. No free clout for liberals.
But it's just because I'll get to my, you know, it's like none of it's bad stuff really, but it's I'll notice if I get on my Twitter thing, especially, I'll get angry. And then I'm like, if I'm at least aware of this is happening, people that aren't aware, that aren't even thinking like, oh, this is affecting me. They're just being affected.
Yeah.
Then it's like, man.
The way I see my goal, like the way I see my job, is to basically get people to understand why they're angry, and then get angry at the appropriate vectors, like who's actually causing harm in their immediate lives. That's why I actively urge people to unionize and work to organize in their communities and organize in their workplaces in general, so they have a network of support with like, not necessarily even like-minded people, but like people that have the same interests, right? You don't have to like your coworkers all that much. No matter what, your boss is still fucking you over in the exact same way. He wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay. You want to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. This is a contradiction, right? So how do you resolve that? The only way to overcome the unlimited amount of power that your boss has over you is by getting together and being like, hey man, you got to give us a better contract, right? Like, those are the things that I advocate for, so that people develop a better understanding of who's actually harming them, and maybe improve their lives immediately in the short term, and then build on that momentum.
With that said, do you think we should have like a higher minimum wage, you feel like?
I mean, I think that's one part of this story, but
I do
it's
too.
not.
I've thought about it a lot. I've listened to people talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's good, but that's still a Band-Aid solution. I think like there needs to be more labor back control in general,
like unions and stuff.
Yeah, labor unions. Yeah, we have 10% union participation rate in this country. Is lower than other countries that we fucked up, like Chile. Wow. Like, we fucked up Chile. We did a coup there. We set up a dictatorship,
and they
Chile,
still are able to unionize more than us.
Yeah, and we rewrote their constitution, and they still have a higher union participation rate than we do. They have 15% in Chile. We have 10%. Do you see?
Because we had the Teamsters president, one of the Teamsters union presidents on.
Oh yeah, you have Sean O'Brien.
Yeah, he was interesting.
Yeah, I've interviewed him before. I've had some combos on him. He has a podcast now.
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I saw him at the inauguration. It's just interesting to. I'd never talked to a Teamsters union president. I've heard of the Teamsters. I watched Newsies or whatever, like when I was a kid, a bunch. Yeah. But it was just interesting to see that. To learn about unions and see how they work. And then some people are like, well, once you get unionized, it's hard you don't have as much individuality. So if I'm super hard worker and I'm self-motivated, then maybe I don't want to be a part of a union, Yeah. But I could see that as a safety net for people to have a union against corporations. Like, yeah, to me, it makes perfect sense. Like,
yeah, otherwise they're going to clean out your pockets. They're going to... Look, every union member will tell you, like, the motto for unions is united we bargain, divided we beg, right? You can either go and be like, I'm such a good guy, please, like, look how hard I'm working, and then in the off chance maybe get recognized by your boss and maybe get a little bit extra money on the side. Or you can get together with you can get together and engage in the act of collective bargaining and force the company's hand into offering you better benefits and basically claw back the profits that you're generating for them. Because without the workforce, you got nothing.
Right.
What do you think? The fucking CEO is going to build the table? No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He doesn't know the first thing about building tables, right? It's just going to all there's going to be is a bunch of wood on the factory floor without you, right? Workers are the ones who add the value, who generate the value.
Yeah, Bernie had a good thing about that. He said that, well, if we're going to shorten people's work weeks, right? He was talking about having a shorter work week.
Yeah.
And then that since companies' profits are going up, then the employees, the amount that they should make should go up. It's like, it shouldn't just be the company at the top that has the increase.
Yeah. So, I mean, AI is a perfect example of this, right? Like, it's very disruptive to the environment. I don't like that. But more importantly, also on top of that, it's used as a way to displace the existing labor force, right? Because now
most workers are class traders. Okay, you need to just take a day off. You have officially achieved annoying status. I would consider this a very big warning. Most workers lack class consciousness completely. They're not even aware of the forces that are shaping society. What Hassan is explaining here is something that is both intuitively correct and structurally correct. So he can help build people's ideas of themselves as a worker, which is a necessary identity if we're going to divide them away from the capitalist class.
Oh, you can just get the machine to do the job of the person that was doing the job beforehand. I'm an advocate that like, no, you should still keep that person employed, pay him the same amount of money, make him work less. Why? I mean, why are you firing this person now? Because AI is a tool, right?
Right.
But the way that companies work under capitalism is whenever there's a technological advancement like this, right? This has allowed us to be on 24/7. Now you can have so much more output as a worker, right? You can be online at all times. Productivity rises in that process.
Your boss can get a hold of you at all times.
Yeah, the boss can get a hold of you at all times. You're more tapped in. You're more aware of what's going on in the world, and you can be a better worker because of that. But in that process, bosses look at that and go, okay, now I can make one guy do the work of 5. I'm going to fire 4 fucking people, and I'm going to make the one guy do the work of the other 4 people. And that is how, that is under capitalism, that's how it works, where they use technological advancements that increase productivity to displace the existing labor force, to just basically fire them. And instead of lowering the hours that the existing workforce worked, and maybe even increasing their pay in the process, because they're still doing the same work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And because they're fucking human beings. Like, that's
Exactly.
why at a certain point, it has to tip towards an actual revolution where people pick up, and I don't know if we can say this or not, but
I say it all the time. People call me radical for that.
Really? Oh, I'm a big revolution guy. I've always had little dreams.
I have to be honest. I love Hassan, but I don't think he's a revolution guy. I think Theo might be outflanking Hassan. You know?
Like, or semi-revolutions or like regional or whatever. At least I hope at least I can make it to the regional revolution. Like, I understand if I don't make it to the national one, but I want to be on a horseback or at least on a fucking standing next to a count or one of our like
Theo, I would have you manning the 50 cal in my technical, dude, any day. You know, I wouldn't have you pilot the first person view drone, the FPV drones. Okay. I wouldn't have you do that, but I would have you on my 50 cal, right? I could totally see Theo on the 50 cal in the technical, and he's shooting it, and then like one of the some of the brass like gets a weird deflection and ends up in the back of that fucking Sam's Club shirt. And he's sitting there dancing around trying to dig it out. Oh fuck! A mullet starts smoldering.
Bosses or whatever. Like, I want to.
No, why? See, that's
because that is fucking overthrowing the system.
I know, but think about the way you presented that. You want a count or a boss to be the leader of the revolution.
Somebody's going to have some sort of fucking leadership. I agree,
but it should be people-backed revolution. That's what.
Oh yeah, people.
It's called the Vanguard, man. The Vanguard. This is what people don't understand. This is what people want. Fuck, I can't find it. Oh, why can I not find this? All right, hold on. I'm showing you what people want. Oh, fuck. I should have this saved somewhere.
Warning.
Fuck. He put...
And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you,
that's what Theo's calling for. That's what he's calling for. He's saying as he wants that. And Hassan's like, no, we need to do this anarchist thing. We need to do this faceless blob thing where a bunch of people spontaneously shut the fuck up. Give the lad a plan. He's begging for a plan. Does he have to? Do we need to do a vote for him? Give him the fucking plan. You got it figured out. Give him the plan. Theo doesn't need to vote. He's begging for the plan. Give him the fucking plan. Come on. What are you talking about, Hassan? God damn it.
But one of us gets mildly elected or something.
Yeah, but not a boss or a fucking politician. Those guys, or a count.
The anarchist brain. What are you doing? Make a Xi Jinping joke. Do something. Come on. What is this?
Count is gonna be an organizer, an activist, someone with a.
All right, I'm gonna say my most controversial take yet. Organizer is just a skill. It's just a skill. It's like knowing how to change your oil. It's not a thing that you are. It's just a skill. Organizer in and of itself is not enough. I think you need somebody who has like thoughts. That's what separates leadership from organization. Somebody who calls you up and asks you to do something, that's important. Someone that pulls you in to be part of the group is important. But you need people who also have thoughts. And it's not just organizing for or you can organize for all sorts of dumbass shit that doesn't matter. It's a skill. All of us should be organizers.
Someone with a background, someone who understands the needs of the people.
It's going to be somebody also who works at a Renaissance fair full time, who can be on a horseback, who can handle the type of. When you think about it, I'm not even joking, Hassan. It's kind of crazy, but you will need a dude who's fucking. I am willing to ride through here with a spear. But yeah, at a certain point, if you let so many people go just to appease a company, to appease corporations, you're just going to have more. Those people have to, at some point, there has to be a revolution. Isn't that how revolutions happen?
Yeah. I mean, when conditions worsen to a certain degree, yeah, people go, all right, enough is enough. We're backed into a corner, and they start recognizing that like they're being fucked over. But that can also lead to a dangerous path where, tell
me about that.
Well, the dangerous part about that is like if the people are not steered in the right direction to recognize who's actually doing the harm to them, they can be deluded by misinformation and think it's the Jews or think it's fucking
Anthony Bourdain,
or I think it's Adam Schiff who's apparently having sex with dead children in their minds, or think it's like the Guatemalan immigrant. You know what I mean? That motherfucker is not controlling your life. He is worse off than you, and he has the exact same interests as you. He just wants to put food in his belly and to have a roof over his head.
Are you talking about Guatemalans that came over the border and stuff?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a Guatemalan immigrant or a Honduran immigrant is not like, he's not dominating your life at all. They're not here to do evil. They're not here to do bad. They're here to just like work. They're fucking pick strawberries all goddamn day, so our asses can eat those strawberries cheap as hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're here to work hard. Much harder than us. Lazy white people. We get to chill. They're gonna pick the strawberries for real cheap for us.
And then we turn around and we're like, yeah, they're all rapists, drug dealer, murderers. We got to fucking purge the country of these people. And
I hate this argument. I'm sorry, chat. I really hate this argument. I hate this argument. First of all, we should be trying to mechanize farming. There, I said it. Having an underclass of slaves to exploit, or pseudo migrant workers who have no rights, who are technically not slaves. We should be trying to mechanize and do labor saving. We should be trying to. It would be a good thing for it to be more expensive to take advantage of human beings. I'm sorry, but I just don't like this argument. I think it's dog shit, and I think it's anti-socialist, to be honest. I think he's describing it without a doubt. Like, I'm not saying Hassan supports this. I'm just saying he's not laying out an alternative. And I don't think the alternative to Donald Trump is being like, yeah, bring in all the migrant workers here to work shit jobs. I just hate this framing. I hate this argument, and I don't like it. It's effete upper class lib shit. I don't like it. Hassan is trying to humanize them, and I get that, but I just feel like this argument is just. I don't think it's persuasive. I think they've heard this argument a million times before. It's when you're a leftist and you're given this kind of space, I feel like you should be trying to do something new and unexpected. I think this is just a liberal argument that every liberal has always used in favor of immigration, which is, they come and wash the dishes and do the jobs you don't want to do. That's like the oldest argument in the book. And I don't think it's leftist at all. And I don't think it works. I think there's a lot of working class people that hear that and they get offended because they're like, I want jobs to get paid well, and these guys are undercutting me. And you're saying it's good because you are out of touch and you don't work those jobs. You don't work in construction. You don't work in landscaping. You don't work in so you're just separating yourself from the masses. I don't like it. It's landlord mentality, and it comes from liberals. And I get what they're saying, which is, Honduran guys are just the same worker as we are, but then you're putting them in this like special category of agricultural worker, as opposed to looking for solidarity and talking about how we fucked up their country. That would be interesting. That would be a new argument. Everybody's heard this argument before. Why doesn't Hassan talk about the fact we fucked up their country with death squads? And get the CIA pulled up and talk about the, coups and the way that, we're sanctioning these countries and interfering with Honduras, and talk about that shit. Talk about how MS-13 started here, and talk about the CIA's connection to drug trafficking. Do something that's interesting and new, not this liberal shit. I'm sorry, Hassan, but like, I get what you're trying to do, but it's just not going to cut it, man. It's not going to cut it. It's just not okay. It's not good enough. And this is where I love Hassan. And I mean this, and I mean this as constructive criticism, where it's like, talk about interesting, cool shit. Don't give the Kamala Harris justification for immigration.
It's really fucked up.
How would you, how do you successfully do something like that then? Because I think a lot of people's concern.
Thanks for the 5 tier 1s. Why are there millions of migrants fleeing to this country? Because we're sanctioning Venezuela. Why? We want to steal their oil. We are sanctioning Cuba. Why? Because they threw out slave corporations 70 years ago. Most people don't want to move thousands of miles across the world where they don't know the language, they don't know the customs, they're going to be treated like shit, they're going to work the shittiest jobs. They only do that when their own world is being fucking destroyed. If their country was doing well, if their people were doing well, the vast majority of people would stay right there at home. These immigration surges are directly the result of the American foreign policy destroying places around the world for our own so-called gain. And then you see people having backlash as large amounts of unassimilated migrants are being dumped into their communities, which have simultaneously seen social services cut back. Of course it's normal to look at that and object to it. Now, I personally understand the xenophobic anti-immigrant hate is simply misplaced. You should be hating these motherfuckers. So yes, it sucks to be an American and see our country being hollowed out for the ridiculous racial theories that white people are better. What the fuck is white? We have the most cockamamie racial theory since Aryanness under the Nazi Party. Is a Polish person white? Is an Italian white? Is a Greek white? Is a Lebanese person white? Are Spanish people white, but Mexicans aren't? What the fuck is white? And like, that's the kind of fun question we should be talking about. Like, if I was on Theo Von, I'd be like, what's your background? And he'd be like, what's your background? And I'd be like, I'm half Scottish, half German. And then he'd be like, I'm half Irish, blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, you ain't white, bitch. I was born in this country when you weren't white, and do some jokes like that. I don't know, just do some shit. That's not like, I think the Kamala Harris argument of the Guatemalans are here to pick our strawberries is just dog shit. And I hate it. And it also feels racist. I know that's not what Hassan was doing. I'm just saying that I don't think it's effective and I don't like it, period. Aesthetically, it just hits my lips and just tastes bitter.
Well, I think here's what happens is you're like, I'm not safe anymore, right? And you start to feel, right, there's people that were raped or killed. There was a couple instances where they put them on the news, right? They were on the congressional, they had some of those
Trump
people.
Trump had them at the victims at the joint congressional hearing.
Right. So I think you hear about those things and you're like, well, yeah, you'll start to apply them to everyone. I think,
which is crazy. Think about that. We say there's 20 million undocumented migrants in this country. They come from every part of the planet.
Agree.
And to think that they're all one collective hive mind that's here to do like evil rapes and shit is psychotic. I'm like, bro, like they don't even speak each other's language. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they have no unified hive mind here, but you basically learn to think that way. You learn to hate in that regard. And I think the media plays a big role in this, like right-wing media specifically.
Is it hate though, you think? Because it's like, I just
fear.
Okay, so because to me it's like, have a fucking organized system. If I go to I went to Canada a couple days ago. It was heck getting in and out of there. It's heck getting in and out of there. It's super organized. It's like, but we should, because here's the thing, if you don't know who's in your country, then you can't do a correct census. You can't allocate things correctly to people. You can't know who needs what in certain areas.
That's why they also factor undocumented migrants into the census as well. But if they're fearful of the federal government, they're not going to open the door for a census guy. That's part of the reason why sanctuary cities began to begin with. It was actually advocated for. This is something that...
I guess I just disagree with Hassan on this topic. Like, and it's okay. Like, I don't usually highlight my disagreements with Hassan, but I think I just disagree with Hassan on this. I'm more of an old school Bernie guy, I guess. Hassan's more of like a 2020 Bernie guy. I'm more a 2016 Bernie guy, I think that's just all it is. I honest to God hate this. Like, you know, but hey, what do I know? I'm just a white guy.
And if you look at the Bernie Sanders who won against the Republicans and Democrats, the guy who actually got to the position of running, what his position was on the border was like, open borders is the position of the Koch brothers. So they can bring in laborers that they could exploit, that don't have any rights, that are not members of unions, that they can break strikes with, that they can hyper exploit. And I believe in immigration, but I want to have an immigration process when people come in here, they join a union, you know, before they get to work, as opposed to the way that labor is being used in America, which is this underclass that is outside the law, and that when capital needs, they can use the state and immigration processes to exploit them. And so that was, by the way, the position of the trade unionist movement in America. The trade unionist movement in America always broke on immigration and was like, no, we should have immigration controls. And it just so happens that those are the people. Those are the people who abandoned the Democrats this cycle.
The woke scolds are going to come for you.
We'll say again.
The woke scolds are going to come for you.
I don't care. I mean, like, and honestly, like, and here's the thing. I am very pro-immigration. I recognize that borders and nationalities are constructs, and as somebody who takes the Marxist critiques seriously, there's just the human race. Like, at a specific strike, at a specific factory, if the workers get together and unionize, and they go on a strike, and then the Koch brothers go down to Tijuana, and they grab a bunch of laborers to come and break the strike, that is effectively a way of countering a class-based collective movement. And that causes tension between the members of the working class. And the solution isn't to just be like, no, the Koch brothers are right. I can't believe you're trying to enforce the border. The solution for the state should be, I'm on the side of the working class that is organizing, and that the company can't do that. And that was the position that Bernie Sanders had. It's not an anti-immigration position. It's not a racist position. It's not even a like pro-border position. It's a pro actually understanding what's really existing and where the political powers are and what they're trying to accomplish.
Common sense position. That's what it is. I mean, yeah, like some people will respond to exactly what you just said, which is something I actually tweeted a couple of weeks ago and I got a lot of hate for.
I'm not worried about hate.
Some people like took it out of context and they were like, oh, but yeah, all that really says is that American trade unionists are fascists, or that they're all racist.
Right. Well, people be like, oh, they're labor aristocrats because they're being paid more than the market rate. If there were perfectly open borders and labor was perfectly mobile in a idealized market, American workers getting paid extra, those people are rent seekers. And it's like, no, actually supporting the trade union movement in America by preventing capitalists from bringing in foreign scabs is not actually right wing. And that's what these neolibs are trying to get you to believe.
The settlers, and it's like, okay,
wow, the CIA was typing in your comments. I can't believe
these are the same people who think, yeah.
Why would you get woke scolded? Because people would say that I am supporting white labor aristocrats getting higher wages and I'm being racist against Mexicans and Guatemalans who have a right to, undermine the strike. I don't know. Like, they're living in poor conditions in their country, and you're living in better conditions than they are. So when they come to this country, you need to allow them to cross the picket line. Like, that's by the way, that's CIA leftism, but that's the anarchist view, right? That is the view that is, propagated on social media, incoherent babble.
These are the same type of activist people who are in Bernie's ear saying that you can't say that position on borders because you'll quote unquote lose the Latino votes, which is bullshit. Because they never met, they think Latino people are they have a very patronizing.
This is actually a really good conversation. I'm going to be right back.
Really embarrassing because, countries like Mexico, even, for example, which is ruled by a government which is left of center, would be quite left for American standards. And they don't have open borders, and they also don't want their people massively leaving and going to America. Why would any country want its own people to be massively
people equals
leaving?
Power?
It's not good for the global South. When did lefties get the idea? It's a progressive position to allow essentially for brain drain, for people to massively leave, not just brain drain, but also for the mass exploitation of illegal migrant labor, which, yes, I know that they would say, okay, well, why don't we just allow them to immediately get rights and get healthcare? And it's like, okay, well, how are you going to sell that position, which is, okay, you get have illegal migrants get all these positions. Why don't you just make it so like it's easier for people to come in legally? Like, I'm also pro immigration for like in a regulated process. Like, I think immigration actually in many cases is probably better. Out in Canada, I think we could use more of it because we're a very tiny country compared to you guys, and we have a lot of potential. But there's rational ways
This
to do.
guy's name is One Dime, and he's another Canadian leftist who I like quite a bit. I don't agree with him on everything, but I do think he's actually really thoughtful in how he approaches politics. So I highly recommend that channel. It's a good channel.
Do immigration properly, right? And like this completely like acting like illegal immigration isn't a problem, and that yes, open borders because maybe that's a good thing in the future socialist utopia, like in a future setting, like where you have a stateless society. Okay, sure, but that's not what we have.
Even development. Well, we have more even development across the globe.
Yeah.
People will leave because they're making a choice rather than what's happening, which is economic coercion. And like this is another point, just to talk about the Democratic Party and Bernie and AOC in particular. One of the reasons I do like them is they've been striking out against American foreign policy mistakes. And one of the major errors in the Biden administration is like not looking at the real causes of the immigration surge. What happened? Why were there so many people here claiming asylum? Well, it's because
sanctions on Venezuela.
Trump and Biden, who doubled down on it, did more incredibly ruinous sanctions on Cuba and Venezuela. And a lot more people left those countries because they were economically coerced, because the United States has tried to effect political regime change, because we are following the Truman doctrine of interventionism anywhere on the globe, that there's political system we don't like, which basically, some people say authoritarian, but in reality, it's just anybody who doesn't support the United States having complete hegemony of inside their borders is somebody the United States is intervening. Whereas FDR, the old Democratic Party, they had what was called the good neighbor policy, which is we don't interfere in your domestic affairs. We don't use military interventionism inside your country. And we treat Latin American countries like sovereign countries, and we trade and we interact positively. Democratic Party abandoned that with Truman after the Wallace coup, the 1944 DNC, and they put Truman, the ultimate machine politician, to do anti-communism. The United States has adopted this imperialist view of the rest of the world. That is why we had an immigration issue, is people don't want to leave their country. They don't want to leave their family and their friends and the culture that they're accustomed to in the general sense.
What are people complaining? Yeah, these threads have been very frustrating to read. He's not wrong, but he's getting lost in the weeds and has his own bias. He's trying to confirm it. He does it in a very smarmy and annoying way. Wait, what? Huh? I like One Time. He's really thoughtful, but his critiques of ML regimes are really bad. I don't know how else to put it. Did you see his critique of China versus Norway? My thing is, I largely am much more pro-China than almost anyone else in my sphere, because I take seriously the actual conditions that were in China that resulted in the system they have today. And I don't think Norway can really be compared to China, because the conditions that arose Norway completely did not exist in China and never could, right? So China is in the most liberatory position they could be in because of the Communist Party of China, period. There is no like China as a world power without the Communist Party of China. There wasn't like a sock dem path for China, like that was never available. That being said, if you're an American, it's easier to imagine us transitioning like to a Norway style system than it is to imagine us having a Chinese style revolution. And the answer is, of course, because we're in the imperial core. Having a bunch of Bernie Sanders win, we could construct a Norwegian style government a lot easier. It's a lot more of, it seems more doable than, having a massive civil war where an ML single party state arises. That seems very unlikely, right?
This is old lore. People don't even know this at this point because everybody thinks like, oh, sanctuary cities is woke libtard bullshit. Bro, it was the fucking cops and the FBI that was advocating for sanctuary cities. Why? Because whenever a murder or some kind of like violence happened in an undocumented neighborhood, cops would come in and nobody would talk to them. So they were like,
say that part
worry.
one more time so we can hear it. That's important. I never knew
Sanctuary cities initially were proposed by law enforcement because they realized that whenever there was violence or like, you know, drug dealing or a murder that took place in an area where the witnesses were undocumented migrants, they wouldn't talk to the cops because they were fearful that if...
I absolutely disagree with One Dime on sock Dems not being the moderate wing of fascism. They are the moderate wing of fascism. Here's what I would say to that. I would say that sock Dems often are the moderate wing of fascism, but not always. And I feel like that's how you should approach them, which is highly skeptical. But anytime you make yourself look unreasonable when you deny certain things that sock Dems have done. For example, the Swedish Social Democrats helping North Korea against the United States. How does that make sense? How is that evidence that, like, how are they the moderate wing of fascism when they supported North Vietnam against the United States and Sweden? Like what? When they send weapons to North Vietnam, was that the moderate wing of fascism? Like, you know, you're being incoherent when you talk about that, right? Like, you could definitely say that social democrats at important points in history sided with capital, which led to a frustration of revolution. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And social democratic parties have become neoliberal parties. There's no doubt about it. But I think you should be more precise. And that's what I'm calling for. And, you know, I don't know what's going to work. I don't know what's going to work. Is America going to get engulfed in a 20-year civil war? And that leads to socialism? God, I hope not. Right? That sounds really bad. I don't want that. I don't want nuclear bombs to go off. You know, I don't want loose nukes. I don't want the society of revolutionary. Do you guys understand what revolutions actually are like? Most of the people in this chat are against capital punishment. Revolution is capital punishment en masse. That's what war is. Capital punishment with little proof en masse. That's what a war is.
They talked to the cops, they were going to get fucking deported. So in order to open up more collaboration and actually solve crimes like rape, murder, and all these other like violent crimes, they were like, we have to tell every undocumented migrant, like, we're not going to arrest you. We're not going to collaborate with ICE or INS at the time.
My advice for you guys in the H3 thing is let them stream it. Who cares? They'll get 200 viewers of DGG dead enders. Like, who gives a fuck? Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit at all. Just don't click and don't interact. Like, nobody fucking cares. He has zero motion. The content nuke has been debunked by everybody who cares to debunk it. Like, who gives a shit? But regarding sock Dems, it comes down to the leadership, from what I know. Sometimes the leadership does actually side with the left against fascism, but more than not, sock Dems are wolves in sheep's clothing. Correct. Now you know. Now you know how to interact with them. If they're giving you concessions, great. Don't put them in charge. Don't have them guard your back. Keep the social democrats in front of you so they can't stab you in the back. Now you got it. I agree.
Before ICE existed. We're just here to serve you.
I grew up in Guatemala during the Civil War, and it was horrendous. Yeah, I'm sorry we did that to you.
Public servants. And that was the reason why it was law enforcement that initially suggested sanctuary cities. It wasn't like woke activists or whatever. And it's so interesting that, like, now Republicans say use that as a catch-all term to be like, oh, you're letting criminals go. Basically, that's what they make it seem like. That's what they imply.
Bring that up. How did sanctuary cities get started? That's fascinating, man.
Yeah.
Sanctuary city policies were not originally proposed by law enforcement.
But they've come to support them for public safety reasons.
Right.
In the 1980s, when churches in the United States provided refuge for individuals escaping civil unrest in El Salvador, sanctuary cities specifically emerged from protests against federal immigration policies that denied asylum to refugees. However, many law enforcement officials, including police chiefs, have advocated for sanctuary policies. They argue that these policies help build
the trust between immigrant communities and local law enforcement. This trust is crucial for encouraging immigrants to report crimes and cooperate with police investigations. Sanctuary policies allow police to focus on local priorities and prevent crimes. Wow, that's interesting, man. I wonder, though. What's that? I'm sorry?
What is the AI search engine or some shit? What is this?
Yeah, this is Perplexity, but they have all the sources cited.
We are not going to make it, dude. We are not going to make it. We are not going to make it, like, legitimately. I think one of the biggest problems I have is, like, the one problem I have with social media is everyone who doesn't agree with me is allowed to talk. I think that's my main problem with social media. You know, I think social media would be great if it was just people agreeing with me. No, I'm kidding. It's just, what could you even say? Like, come on, man. Come on.
All right.
I think it's interesting then, though. I wonder how many cities then jumped on it as even on the Democratic side to say like, or left side, whatever you want to call it, but like to say, oh, well, I better be a part of this now if I want my voters to then vote for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so sometimes like the political kickball gets created one way, but it also gets used in a field in another way.
Well, it's not.
I'm not saying one is right or wrong or anything.
Anyway, like because I'm a active amnesty advocate. Like I think first of all, this is a civil offense.
Amnesty,
like crossing the border is a civil offense.
Right.
Right. And you have a 5-year period where if you haven't done any crimes, like the statute of limitation is over. Now there's different legal, there are different legal interpretations of this, and people go back and forth on it. But like the way I think about it is like if a dude is in here and they're working, right, and they're not trying to do they're not here to do evil shit. They're here to just simply work. Give him documentation. The difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented one is just a piece of paper, is paperwork. Process these people and allow them to contribute to our coffers in more meaningful ways, because they already pay taxes, but they could be paying more taxes as well.
Do they pay taxes if they're undocumented?
Yeah. Because I think they still pay into Social Security because they have to get a Social Security number, some sort of Social Security number. They pay for sales taxes, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of different contributions that they make, and they can't take advantage of any of the government programs anyway. That's why a lot of Republicans lie. They'll be like, "Oh, undocumented migrants are like stealing our our social safety nets," and I'm over here like, what the fuck? What social safety nets do we have? What are they? We don't have health care. Like, what are they? Are they taking advantage of health care that we don't have? They don't have health care. The thing is, Republicans will literally factor in their natural born U.S. citizen children into the equation to be like, see, they're sending their children to public schools. It's like, bro, that's an American citizen.
Right. The child is an American citizen. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 in 15 households in this country is a mixed status household. 1 in 15.
Oh, yeah. You can't even, everybody's mixed now, it feels like.
Mixed status, like as in one parent is undocumented, like a non-citizen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
it's probably Mexican a lot of times, I would bet. And that's just even my Mexican friends are always like, my uncle's in the back or whatever they'll say, and I don't say anything. But it's like, I think it's interesting. It's interesting, like how things get framed, right, by the media, how things get used, how things like even programs like Sanctuary City, how does it then get manipulated and used as like a negative thing, or is a thing where one party feels like, well, I better declare as this, or I'm going to be out of the money, whatever the next thing is. Like,
yeah, there's definitely an incentive structure among politicians to advocate for certain things. But ultimately, I don't really care what the incentive structure is if the legislation is good, if it's a good thing. If Trump were to do a good thing, I would advocate for it as well. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's true? Because it seems like...
Thank God. Hassan started pulling it back. He's pulling it back. I think he's doing a lot better now. Like, I would say this. If like, for example, when Hassan... When Trump pulled support for USAID, that was fucking great. That was awesome. I supported it. Like, for example, President Sheinbaum celebrates the closure of USAID. There you go. That's my president right there. That's my president. My queen. And why is she celebrating the end of USAID in Mexico? It's because it's used to try to create regime change in Mexico. That's what USAID is doing in Mexico. So it's great when it's closed. So I'll continue to support destroy USAID.
Like I have in the past when Trump last time he was president, when he basically said, I'm going to back away from this North Korea, South Korea shit, and I'm going to let you guys handle it on your own. Mm-hmm. And in the process, he actually reduced the military campaigns that were taking place around the Korean Peninsula to allow these two countries to talk to one another. It's one country, technically, that we fucking cut in half, but that's a long history lesson I'm not going to get into.
North Korea and South Korea?
Yeah. And that was an objectively good thing. Like I said it at the time, I was like, and Rachel Maddow was very mad. He was like, oh, you're doing this because you love Vladimir Putin or whatever the fuck. But like, no, that was not a bad thing. Let these guys hash it out and let them rebuild their nation. You know, why the fuck are we, like, why do we have, 80,000 to 100,000 troops stationed all the time? You know?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, why?
Yeah, it feels alarming. It feels like you have to have this military thing. I think one thing that I noticed last night was like the military has had a tough time getting recruits, right?
Yeah.
Recruitment has been down.
Yeah.
And so part of me always wonders, well, like, did the powers that be then want Republicans to be in office because they know that eventually, if people are believing more in their country again, it will incite more recruitments. I'm not saying that that's the truth, but you just start to wonder what the fuck is really going on.
I'll tell you what made recruitment numbers explode.
Does that make sense to you, though?
I mean, I know where you're coming from, but what made recruitment numbers explode initially was 9/11. That's it. People joined after 9/11, and after 20 years of just like going out there and guarding like poppy fields and getting your dick blown off by some fucking dude who's hated you because you invaded his country when he was like 14 and probably killed his cousin. After 20 years of doing that, everyone was like, oh, this shit sucks. We kind of lost it here, huh? Like we did a Vietnam and Afghanistan and we had to pull out. So, and that was a good thing objectively. I think it's good that we pulled out of Afghanistan. But I think that's the real reason why people are like, why the fuck would I join the military? I can't even get a fucking Charger anymore, you know? They stopped.
Dodge Charger?
The Dodge Chargers, or was it the Camaro?
Were they giving those out?
They were. That's the common military car.
That's true, huh?
You sign off on one of those. The worst loan of all time.
Oh yeah, dude. And
then your high school sweetheart is fucking the neighbor while you're out there.
Sometimes, I mean, yeah.
While you're out there jerking off in a fucking bunker in
But some
Karengal.
dude's jerking off on you or whatever, and you guys are changing each other's names after 8 p.m. or whatever and shit. I think shit gets pretty melodic out there.
That's what I mean. You're like, why the fuck are you doing that? And then you come back and the American government's like, all right, we'll give you health care. But now you're busted. You need it desperately. And they're like,
they're
all right.
cutting that now, though. Trump is cutting the VA. Like, they're literally going after that. They're breaking the deal they made to those guys right now. Why are conservatives pissed at that?
We'll pay for your college.
Seems like they don't give a shit about you.
You go to college, you get a communications degree. Now you're, 6 years behind the rest of your counterparts, and you're in the same shit ass job market, working, sucking the man's dick every day, working a dead end job that you despise.
Yeah, or maybe
you're fucked up. And now every time you go to the grocery store to pick out cereal, you're having a crisis, like a mental health episode. It's fucked up.
Well, or a lot of people will also go into the military, learn some patterns that help them to achieve well. My buddy Josh was in for a while. He got out, and now he's able to be a good business owner because he learned.
But because they get government, they get a whole bunch of government benefits. You get the GI Bill for education. You get a VA loan to buy a house, like with 0% or like 1% down. You get programs from the Small Business Association to give you loans. You get you get affirmative action in hiring. It's called the veteran preference. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's why people join the military. It's how you get social democracy in America. You want to know America's a social democracy if you're a veteran. That's what conservatives know. That liberals don't and left-wingers don't. It's conservatives know. Oh, you want a social democrat? You want to be a social democrat? Join the military for 3 years. Go do your stint. And then you come out and you get a whole bunch of bennies for the rest of your fucking life from the government. But those benefits only go to good people. So it's okay. The bennies are going to good people, veterans, white veterans. So it's okay to do social democracy. And this is one of those things that I think being in a military family explained to me, right? I was in a military family. Why was I in a military family? Because of the bennies, baby. Like, I'll tell you about my dad. My dad had his college completely paid for by the government. I was born in a military hospital paid for by the government. I went to public schools and military schools paid for by the government. There was housing assistance. We got all sorts of bennies. All right. And then he retired from the military at 40. I think he was 43 or something. And he got a pension that started right away, giving him 50% of his base pay, starting at like 44 for the rest of his life. And it has COLA. And he gets TRICARE, which is, again, a healthcare benefit.
And then he got, as I said, he got a GI Bill. I think they also like partially paid for his master's degree or some shit. He got VA loans so he could buy houses. Like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Like, the reason why my dad was able to survive and succeed in life was because he was a military guy. He got nonstop government money his entire fucking life. He is the ultimate welfare queen. But because he's white and he went to the military, he gets to pretend like he earned it. I mean, my dad has probably received more money from the government and value from the government than almost it's insane. Millions of dollars worth. Have you seen this shit? You are so wrong. How am I wrong? And what? Yes, we saw this yesterday. In what way am I wrong? In what way am I wrong? By the way, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. I'm saying we all deserve it. We all deserve it. I work 65 hours a week in the military, earning $22,000 a year. I'm sorry that you had a shit job as an enlisted troop. My dad was, I guess, smarter than you, so he got a commission, and so he was paid like a lot more than that. Wait, do you see what I mean? Wait, by the way, chat, I'm memeing. I'm just applying conservative logic to a conservative. I know it sounds harsh. I'm just applying conservative logic to a conservative, right? Okay, like that's what I'm doing. I'm not actually saying enlisted people are bad or an inferior or whatever. I'm just applying conservative logic to a conservative, right? And that hurts, doesn't it? You don't like it. Well, why don't you like it when it applies to you? Why do you like doing that to other people, but you don't like it when it gets applied to you? It's like, it's so funny. Like, my favorite type of guy is the non-white white supremacist, like John Tron, right? It's like John Tron, the non-white white supremacist, or Clandis Owens. It's very funny. You ain't on the team. You ain't on the team. Nick Fuentes.
Hey, Omar, if you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be? Fuck you. Hey, word. Yeah. If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
That was fucking bullshit.
Hey. If you could tell one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Fuck you.
If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
What that mouth to do? Hope he dies.
Hey, if you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Why the fuck did you lie to me?
If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Thank you very much for the job opportunity.
Hey, Frost, if you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Why didn't you tell me about Airborne?
Pennington, if you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Fuck you.
Good. Hey, if you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Thanks.
If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
Fuck you.
If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
You're welcome for my service.
And by the way, like, they are our kids, because that's how wars are fought. But you think it's like grizzled guys? It's kids, man. Little kids. And they get told what to do by guys in authority. And before they know it, they've destroyed an entire community or a family or whatever. And then they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And those families are destroyed. And so what ends up happening is you've created more enemies, and you've damaged our own sons, who then come to this country and do what? Why do you think there's so many homeless people on the street? Untreated, massive mental illness.
He got up in the morning. It helped him have some regimen.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think that regimen is bad. I'm a very regimented person. I just think that the military's output overall is you're just sending poor people from different parts of the country overseas to go dominate some other poor people so that rich people in fucking California can make more money. So the Raytheon can send more missiles and make more missiles. And you got to use those missiles when you make them, Yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah. Your missiles are going. There's somebody said there was an email one time that they're like, oh, your missiles are expiring soon. You should use them. It's like, what the fuck?
But they do that. If you got homies who were active duty, they'll tell you, like, you just dump so much money because they know that, like, it's gonna go bad.
Yeah.
Like, you just fucking shoot it out into the sea. If you're in the Navy, you're just
to pop that bitch off. Get out there. After lunch today, we're gonna fire a couple of these off at an island. You're like, that's an island. They're like, nobody's there.
Yeah,
like, well,
you're dumping payload into an island that is more than your salary times 10 because it's gonna go bad. How is that not waste and fraud and abuse?
I agree.
Why the fuck are they not working on that? My argument always is this: the American military is a jobs program. That's what it is. It's I think it's the second largest hiring body in the country after Walmart, if I'm not mistaken. It might be.
I have no idea why he thinks Walmart has more people. The Department of Defense is the federal government's largest agency and one of the most complex organizations in the world. With more than 1.3 million active duty service members, 750,000 civilian personnel, and more than 811,000 National Guard and Reserve service members, the DoD is the nation's largest employer. Why does he think that it's not? Like, what? What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking? Why does he think Walmart has more people?
Be the largest. And I think instead of making those guys, you know, making these corn-fed boys from Arkansas go out and you know, force them to eat MREs all goddamn day and be constipated for a fucking week, make them build shit, you know, make them build shit in America. It's a jobs program. Who cares? Make the output be good rather than bad. That is what my argument is.
The world's biggest employer is Ministry of Defense, U.S. Department of Defense.
Oh, the Indian Ministry of Defense is the largest, and then the world's second largest employer. All right, I guess the U.S. Department of Defense is bigger than Walmart.
Walmart and Amazon. No, man, that's a great point. I think, and maybe, and you know, I wish I knew more of what some of those groups did. A lot of times.
By the way, that's like so pathetic. You know, they hired 15 million people in the New Deal, right? If you want to understand why people loved FDR, they hired 15 million people in the New Deal. 15 million. And you know what those people did? They built this country. They electrified the country. They built massive government-owned electrification programs. They built dams. They built canals. They built roads. They built parks. They built post offices. They built art. They rejuvenated our ports. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? They just hired artists. They hired folklorists. They hired historians. People were just hired to create art for their community. And we're not talking about like a shitty graffiti spot that gets painted over 5 years later. No, I'm talking about statues and carving. Like, they're fucking putting marble in the middle of your town. They are building public spaces. Community organizations, libraries, you fucking name it. It was like they rejuvenated the entire country. The population of the country was 122 million, and 15 million people were hired by the New Deal. Everybody was getting a job, and they were doing incredible shit. And it was rejuvenating and retransforming this entire country. And now you have organizations like Amazon, which rely upon that bounty that has been slowly hollowed out. Like, why was Amazon able to exist for so long? Well, they were able to get a special deal with the post office to make shipping their packages cheap. They had a bulk deal with the post office to make their packages a lot cheaper to ship than other packages. They got a monopolistic deal. They used their market power to negotiate themselves lower prices to ship. So they're therefore being subsidized by everybody else's shit. You know, this country used to be absolutely riddled with cretinism and malaria and yellow fever. Do you guys know what cretinism is? We've talked about this before, but I'll just remind you. This is iodine deficiency syndrome. If you don't get enough iodine in your diet, this is what happens to you. America used to have, also get these goiters where your neck swells up. Intellectual disabilities, stunted growth, goiters, infertility. America used to be absolutely chock full of people like this. And then we passed a regulation that we should have iodinized salt, and they cured it. We used to have malaria and yellow fever all over the United States. And FDR passed what was the forerunner to the CDC, and they went out and exterminated the mosquitoes and ended malaria and yellow fever in the United States. The reason we have it is because we don't have it is we exterminated the mosquito. I carried it.
Times.
What, the military?
Yeah, but I agree with you. It's like, I agree with the fact that why does the voter, why does the gun carrier, the water carrier, you're always at this, it's a caste system really in a lot of ways.
It is.
Those are the people having to do the bidding of these elites, you know, of these countries and stuff like that. But then at a certain point, it's like, do I decide this is my, what what integrity or what do I want to have inside of myself when I'm doing that? I could be all day like, fuck, I don't want to be doing this. This country's a piece of shit or whatever. Or I can have pride in what I'm doing no matter what, and the spot that I'm existing in this sort of strata, right? And I stand up for my country. And it's just, you know, as we get more information, it's just, it's fascinating how things change.
I just want,
or how things you learn more.
I don't hate people. I just want them to have better lives. You know what I mean? Even people that I disagree with vehemently, like I always stress this point where I say Medicare for all means for everybody, right? Even if you're a fucking Nazi, you're going to get healthcare. Even if you don't want healthcare, I'm going to fucking give you that healthcare. I don't give a shit. Okay. You can cry about it all day, every day. It's just, and I think that's the attitude that other people are supposed to have in this process too. Like there's got to be a universality to these proposals. Cause like, I think we got to do right by others, and we are not doing that right now. The American government is not doing that, and at every step of the process. And that's why the military is a great example of this. You know, we're just using and abusing these dudes and making them do a whole lot of awful shit overseas so that some rich asshole can make more money. You know, and then they're broken in that process. They come back. There's no way of like repairing them, and we basically lie to them too. We're like, oh yeah, you'll get a great job, you'll go to college, you'll be able to uplift yourself, and it's like that should be available without you having to serve in the military.
Yeah.
But if that was available, if free college existed, if free healthcare existed,
you wouldn't go to the military.
And no fucking buddy is going to the military. Why the fuck would you do that?
Unless you had some real gunners. Unless you had some cool Call of Duty, Verdansk, Modern Warfare dogs.
But I mean, yeah, those guys are.
But I'm saying you would still have some. Right?
Yeah, you would, but
I agree. It wouldn't be this
significantly lower.
It wouldn't be this.
Notice that Call of Duty is like the greatest recruiting tool for the military. You don't say. You don't say. Wow, it's so weird how Call of Duty is so good for recruiting people in the military. I wonder if that's accidental or not. I would love to have a really popular game like Call of Duty, but you get like one life. Like you have to put in your real ID passport and you just play you get one life and then you're just permad and you just can't ever play again. That would be fun. That's a fun art project. Sometimes I'm not very impressed by Hassan's reasoning that I see him in the same room with this guy. I mean, what are you not impressed by? See, one of the things I've noticed with a lot of people who dislike Hassan and myself is you don't really make a lot of like arguments. It's always rhetoric. Like, you understand that what you just said is not an argument, not a position. It's just like, you just made noise like an ape. You just went like a fucking ape. You didn't say anything. And it's all you do. It's all you fucking do. It's all you fucking do. In fact, I think that people are getting dumber. And I don't think this is a new, or maybe it's just you're getting shown dumber people in your algorithm. I don't know. But I think people are just getting stupider. Stupider, if that's even a word. More stupid. It's just crazy. It's like, you know, most people don't hate like 90% of what you say, but then you have the 10% of unhinged opinions. Like what? Again, that's not an argument. My God. Like, what are you talking about? I'll help you. Mike, your position in favor of rapprochement with China is got a low public approval rating in the polls. Like that's a thing you could say. Like, lots of Americans don't like China, Mike. You are outside the mainstream, and that you want to have a neutral or positive relationship with China. That makes you outside the mainstream American popular opinion. Like, that is an argument, right? Like, that is an argument. Now, I would simply say that is a fallacious argument. You're appealing to popularity. And then we could, but that would be at least you coming too close to the form of an argument, right? As opposed to 10% unhinged opinions. And the reason why you're saying that is because you saw a clip and then you had what's called a well poisoning event. And then you come into these streams to talk shit. And then you realize that you can't hang with what we're actually talking about. So then you surrender, you retreat back to this talking point of, oh, you have 10% unhinged opinions. And then I'm like, okay, can you make an argument that you think is so unhinged and so outside the mainstream? And that shuts you up for good because you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, stop it. You need to, like, the problem that you've had in your life is you've never had anybody who respected you enough to care about your opinion. And I mean that as I'm sorry that you were never considered bright enough. My entire life, people have been asking me my opinion. Every time I've, since I was 6 years old, people have been nodding their heads yes to my opinion, going, wow, good point. So for my entire life, when I would speak, people would quiet down and listen. And you know what? That made a certain type of arrogance, which is bad. And that comes across. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry you never got that. I'm sorry you never lived that privilege of being a white man in America who was considered smart. And people just listened to what you said. I'm sorry that didn't happen. I'm sorry you were disrespected your whole life. But I'm listening to you. I'm giving you that respect. And I have to tell you, I see why nobody ever respected you. Because you don't know how to talk. You don't know how to speak with conviction. You don't know how to make a point. You don't know how to represent yourself. And that's because you lack practice. Okay, let's see. Being arrogant when you were an alt-right Republican 7 years ago is pretty insane. I was never an alt-right Republican 7 years ago. I ran for political office in 2014 as a Democrat. I think you're mistaken. I was a progressive Democrat who had the support of Equality Pennsylvania, Planned Parenthood, the Pennsylvania Teachers Association, Equality Pennsylvania, Sierra Club, Keystone Progress, which is a coalition of progressive groups. DSA in Pennsylvania pretty much didn't exist. So again, what talking point are you on? You're confused. I was an extremely left-wing Democrat when I ran. It just so happened that the Overton window was so far to the right that when looking back on it, I laugh and go, wow, look how liberal I was. What are you confused about? Again, this is why people don't listen to you. You should work harder on reading so that when you do open your mouth, you don't remove all doubt that you're a moron. Okay, what's the next Discord talking point? Chatter is being given 10 minutes to make a point, and they have failed to make a point. It's all rhetoric, and then they just fold. Now, the thing is, I'm not nice to you because you don't deserve to have someone be nice to you. Be worthy of being treated nicely. Mike, please look at this insanity. The actions of Trump and Vance in recent weeks highlight something underappreciated. The American right is now ideologically closer to China, countries like Russia, Turkey, and in some senses China than the rest of the West. What the fuck are you talking about? International cooperation scale and liberal conservative value scale. This is just made up. What does this mean? What the fuck are you talking about? China is probably the most pro-cooperation country in the fucking world. They are the biggest defenders of the United Nations, of the World Health Organization, of the ICC. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, come on. What the fuck are you talking about? They're in the World Trade Organization winning most of their cases.
System that gets kind of manipulated and used.
That's why they don't want to fix it, though. That's why they don't want to give free health.
But that's why they don't want to fix so many things. Like that, and that's what I'm saying. We learn more as we learn more about it. You start to see some of the clarity, or some of.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Here, I just did it. WTK. China wins WTO dispute with Australia over steel products. China has won a nearly 3-year-long dispute with Australia at the World Trade Organization over tariffs on steel products that began during a low point of bilateral relations between the countries. And Australia's trade minister said Wednesday his government supported the ruling. Wow, what do you know? Most international cooperation, by the way. Low, by the way. Insane. The people who daggered Corbyn are now opening up the possibility of forming a bloc with China against the U.S.
I was with a former head of state recently, and I asked exactly this question, that if America can't be depended on, if it is no longer a reliable ally, what happens to Europe? Is there anyone to come to help Europe? And this person said there is talk right now of China being the backstop. And I kind of laughed, actually. I mean, I instantly laughed in their face. And I said, what are you talking about? You know, China's not going to come to Europe's aid over an issue with Russia. And this person said, actually, no, China's really, really alarmed about an unstable Russia or an expansionist Russia or an even more expansionist Russia. And then the subject was sort of dropped, backed off. And I went away and I thought about it. And I
thought the best way to proceed was to get everyone in the one room.
Good thinking.
Okay, you're all right. I'll come straight to the point. This white paper is recommending we spend close to $400 billion over the forward estimates. Now, at some point, the PM is going to be asked a very simple question. In order to protect us from which enemy?
It's so hard to say.
400 billion, pick one.
A regional player.
Specifically, Colonel.
An Indo-Pacific regional player.
More specifically?
Indo-Asia Pacific.
That's broader. Who are you leaving out?
Europe?
Yeah, I sort of need a country.
Or an unaligned player.
No, a country.
One that might threaten us, just one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to raise tensions.
Where?
In this room.
You know what? I'll name one and you just nod. China. Okay. And what exactly are we protecting?
Strategic interests.
Specifically, Colonel.
Indo-Pacific strategic
Again,
interests.
Brigadier, really specifically.
Indo-Asia Pacific strategic
You know what?
interests.
I'll say it and then you nod. Our trade routes. And who is our #1 trading partner?
Shall we use the nod system?
Sure. China? So under this scenario, we're spending close to $30 billion a year to protect our trade with China from China. And that doesn't strike anyone at this table as odd?
Also, like the idea that China doesn't want Russia to be unhinged. Why is this a surprising point? China sees Russia and China share a long border. Russia is not communist. It has a weird expansionist, irredentist Soviet Union, Soviet Union's, what I want to say, like, it's like the xenomorph. It's like a xenomorph that emerged from the chest of the Soviet Union. It's not aligned with China, except purely in a pragmatic, extractive way. It's not on the same team. And honestly, China and the Soviet Union were not on the same team after the Sino-Soviet split, which, by the way, how dumb is the USSR? How stupid is the USSR? How stupid is the USSR? You have the largest country in the world as a socialist ally, and you fuck that up because you want to like look at what, Poland? Like, what the fuck are you doing? The racism is insane. Khrushchevites, yeah, fucking idiot.
It couldn't work out. I mean, they just said this is the talk in some circles now. Now, I'm telling you this because I found it instantly very hard to believe, very hard to see how it was credible. But I guess there is a world in which China does feel it has to become part of this equation. If, as you say, it becomes America on one side with Russia and the rest of the world, Europe, whatever, China doesn't want to see America and Russia join forces in any shape. So does China actually start having a vested interest in terms of trying to keep the peace? And I feel ludicrous saying that. I mean, we know what Xi is like. We know his own expansionist plans for Taiwan. We know that he wants to have a fourth term and rip up whatever a Chinese constitution looks like. But we also know that the Chinese at the moment are talking about world order rules in a way that America isn't. So it doesn't.
I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the...
Holy shit, dude. This is incredible. Thank you. Whoever linked this to me. You're making me so happy right now, dude. Like, I know this isn't likely to happen, but like you're boosting my morale is up. You got me feeling good.
It doesn't sound as batshit as it might once have done.
Look, you gave an A, B, and C of what Donald Trump is about and where it is. I'm going to give you a D and an E as well. I mean, the D is, and I've heard this from people who have been engaged in talks with Trump about Russia, that he is terrified of a nuclear war and the threat from Putin, or the realization that militarily battlefield nuclear weapons may be the next step for Putin if he can't unlock the battlefield any other way with Ukraine, is such a source of terror to Trump that he is willing to do anything and give Putin anything to avoid that. That is a sort of benign if misguided, view of that's not peace through strength, that is peace through.
Stupid question, but at what point would China start building inroads with American citizens? They already did. They already are. They already are. Now, obviously, it's a marginal position at this point. But so is being pro-Palestinian like 5 years ago. So I would say that I think with China, if I were China, I would be working on my soft power. So I'm talking about video games, movies. If I were Xi, I would be like, how do we build a Chinese alternative to Hollywood? I don't think they're quite ready for that yet, just because, and the reason why is China is not quite, they're not quite self-confident enough. And it comes out in their art. And India has the same problem, which is, you know, there's a very, very, very like insecure edge. Black Myth Wukong is a good example of where that's not the case. And that's what I want to see more of. And also you've had TikTok and Red Note, you know, is kind of breaking up the propaganda. And if I were advising China, I would be pushing on that kind of stuff. Like, how do you do more like day in the life? What is it like to be Chinese? I would be trying to push that kind of content. I would be finding some really good influencers in China, and I would be supporting them. And then I would have those influencers kind of like introducing China to audiences and trying to like push back against the ideas that are used to inculcate hate against China. That's what I would advise them to do. Like another thing, like I would really focus on things that are cool and new and shiny, because Americans are like that kind of shit. Like I get so much mileage out of the showing some of the new metro stations and the high-speed rail and the solar panels and things like that. Like things like that, material things that you can just look at and see is really good. And then I would also, if they want a second piece of advice, I would be like, I would show people's lives who are being transformed, right? Like I would do projects where it was like, this guy used to live in a hut, and then, you know, showing pictures from his life where then he's now like, he's a college educated guy and he lives in this glistening tower, you know, like the Chinese dream. I would start putting out ideas like the Chinese dream, where you should show that, and that's the kind of propaganda you want to spread. You want to show like social mobility. You want to show development, upward motion. If you wanted to do Chinese propaganda, that's what I would suggest. And it doesn't even have to be like heavy-handed with like showing the American problems. Like you could do that almost in different videos, or maybe once in a while you do like what we call the moon and the sun, right? You have like the contrast between the two. But you wouldn't even need to be that heavy-handed, because the United States has so many problems and they are worsening that you can just kind of let people, they'll self-report. Ooh, animated movies. Such a good idea. Such a good idea. Oh my God. Oh, they're already doing it. Like, yeah, animation would be a great place. Anime has done so much for Japanese reputation. Like Chinese anime or Chinese animation is definitely a good idea. I would also like to see some like stuff like that. Yeah, definitely, for sure. And it's cheap too. You don't have to put that much into it. I've seen how a Chinese trans person is saying they get treated at university. It's not good. They let everyone know what gender, where they live, and their name in the university. I would say that China on trans issues is like better than the US is right now, except in some certain blue states and very like, and a lot of people, like if you're trans, of course you try to create an environment where you're accepted, right? And it may feel subjectively like everything's fine, but in the US, it's extremely anti-trans. So it's one of those things where the stigma here, you know, if you're in fucking, you know, a blue urban district surrounded by supportive left-leaning people, then yeah, you're probably fine in the US. But as a kind of like political comparative status, trans people in China are probably doing slightly better. Like queer acceptance is really being rolled back in the US right now.
you learn more, you have more information, but then how do I operate still when I have that more information? Like, do I, it's tough because if I become a nihilist or, then I'm miserable. My day to day is miserable, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying how do we manage in those spaces as we learn more?
I don't know. I'm fairly tapped into all of the shortcomings of the American government, and yet I enjoy myself. I mean, I still jerk off before I go to sleep. I still watch anime. I play basketball. I focus on myself. I think like there are certain things that you have control over, and that is your own body, right? Your immediate friends and your family, and you should actively work on those things to basically not lose sight of your own humanity, because it's easy to get lost in the sauce, in the everyday cruelty that you recognize is happening all around. And it makes you go crazy. And in order to combat that, I always urge people to engage in self-improvement, set goals for yourself, and try to achieve them. That's at least how I've always managed this stuff. And also being around other people who aren't immediately agreeing to your worldview. Like I love parks for that reason. I love third spaces. No, not like Parks and Recreation as in like the TV show. I mean like literal public parks.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
There's a band, or not a band, there's some homeless guys stole, I guess, a band's high school equipment during COVID over by there's a park behind my apartment. And you could hear them sometimes practicing in like 3 or 4 a.m. They get a couple dudes tuned up in a tent or whatever. And you could hear them, what song were they playing for a while? Oh. Love the Way You Lie. Just gonna stand there and watch you burn. I don't know what instruments they had, but it's pretty cool. They got a hold of the sheet music and everything, but it's like, just making the most of where you're at. And also our military is there, like it keeps us safe. If there's flooding, they do a ton of stuff.
Yeah, the
right?
Army Corps of Engineers. Like I interviewed a guy.
I don't want people to feel like their lives are in vain.
No.
I admire people that go and are willing to put their years of lives into
Trump is
anything.
firing those guys too, by the way, right now. Like the Army Corps of Engineers is like what you just described. When there's a flooding happening, like they build the levees, they build the bridges, right? Trump literally is firing those people too. It's crazy. Why is he doing it? Is he because he hates the Army Corps of Engineers? No, because he doesn't give a shit. That's my point. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, go Elon, do whatever you need to do. Fire these probationary employees. Nobody knows what probationary means, so they think like, oh, it's good. It's good that we're like downsizing a little bit. It's like, no, dude, you're going to start slowly but surely 5 years down the line, notice it. You're going to start noticing that things are just not working. Yeah. Like air traffic control is a great example of this since the Reagan era. Like the numbers of air traffic controllers, even though air traffic has increased, the number of air traffic controllers have not kept up with the increase of air traffic. So you got towers where there's like one dude. There's got to be like 30 dudes in that tower. I don't want the fucking plane. I don't want planes to crash. You know what I mean?
Probably more of them have started to work in. If that's true, is there less FAA people?
No, there's probably more FAA people, especially with like TSA and whatnot. But I'm saying that it hasn't matched up to the rate of air. Like there's more planes in the sky is what I'm saying. When there's more planes in the sky, you need more air traffic controls.
We're cut. The FAA helps supported air safety union. President Donald Trump's administration has said no one at the federal FAA with a critical safety position has been fired as it cuts the federal workforce. Some FAA jobs were eliminated, had direct roles in supporting safety inspectors and airport operations, according to their union and former employees.
This is another way that they lie, by the way. And Karen Bass did this with the LA wildfires, where she was like, oh, we didn't actually cut the LAFD budget. They did. They cut the support budget. But when you cut the support budget, yeah, sure, you're not cutting the actual firefighters, right? You're not reducing their numbers. But when you cut the support staff budget, you're cutting mechanics. When you cut the mechanics and your fucking fire engine is busted, you send it over and it just sits in a goddamn yard for months because now there's no fucking mechanics to fix the goddamn car.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you're down one fire engine. It all works together.
I'm curious to see, because Trump's making, and there's so many like executive orders and things.
Okay, chat. We've got somebody who's still trying to punch. They're punching the air. Let's hold on. They're punching the air. Hold on. Oh fuck! I gotta find it. Okay, he's punching the air, chat. Let's punch the air with this guy for a second. Okay, he's been following me for 3 days, so he's got me figured out. Okay. If capitalism was so bad, all the socialists would be begging to stay here and migrate. Please address that. I'm sorry, man. That sentence doesn't make sense. I tried, but are you trying to say that nobody would be trying to come to America if socialism wasn't bad? I think I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say if capitalism is so bad, why is America the richest country in the world? That is a great question. That is a great question. That's a great question. It's a very basic question, but it's a good question. I think my response would start by saying, why was Britain the richest country in the world before the United States? But you have, history is contingent on what previously occurred. It's like evolution, right? Animals evolve by making changes to the existing animals. Evolution doesn't just spit out random animals, right? They are slight deviations from existing animals. So the global system arose at a certain type of way. And the United States was able to, because of a combination of factors, develop first or develop early and become more powerful. And because of some geographic factors, some cultural factors, some random resources that happen to exist in the United States and not exist in other places, all of those factors together have created this system. And capitalism was a development from feudalism, right? And it was a progressive force in history of helping industrialize and increase the productivity by deploying labor-saving technology, right? All of that stuff happened, and it happened in the United States, and the United States was able to avoid certain pitfalls. Like Russia and China were both heavily damaged in World War II, right? And World War I. And they suffered tremendously. They also started from positions further back in the development. Like China and Russia were backward. And if you actually look at the evidence, China, the USSR and China are the fastest growing economies in history. They're the fastest developing countries in the world. Now, they started further back and they caught up faster. Now, every one of those systems has failed. And the reason why is because we don't have the technological and productive capability and distribution of resources and development enough across this world to support global communism yet. That's why we're in a transitionary period. Just like capitalism didn't happen all the time, all over the world at once, there were some places that were more advanced than others. Some places where feudalism lasted longer than others. That's the same way we are experiencing this world now. And the situation that I would say is, we arrive at our position through investigations of reality and through the application of logic. How do you understand capitalism? It isn't mystical. It isn't handed down to you from God. It doesn't operate in a black box. There is a way to measure it, to study it, to evaluate it, and to trace how the system functions in reality. And that's what socialists do. Socialists are socialists because they studied capitalism first, and they understood capitalism first, without mystification, without hierarchical worshiping. We actually study how the thing operates, and we see who it benefits and who it exploits. And then we talk about how we are going to advance beyond that. Socialism is the next stage of human social evolution. Just like feudalism was an advancement from the ancient systems that predated it. Just as those ancient systems that predated it were an advancement off of, small hunter-gatherer bands. You saw productivity of the human experience, human beings rising with these advances in technology and forms and means of production. So I don't know if I can answer your question shortly and concisely like you may want, but the answer is China is developing, and many other undeveloped poor countries remain undeveloped, even though they are part of the neoliberal economic order. Why is that? How was China able to develop faster than any other country? And you can't just wave your arms and say capitalism, because it's not just, quote, capitalism.
Things right out of the gate, and there's so much focus on him by the media too. But I'm curious to see if some of these things
in India, China's significantly more developed than India,
turn out to help long term.
There's no way.
I'm hopeful that they are. I'm hopeful that if they're going to cut Medicare or Medicaid, that it's also because
it's like one of those things where if you actually study what happened with China, you see that it went from one of the the poorest country in the world, hyper exploited, hyper divided into warlord camps. Fought a war against Japan, fought wars against warlords, fought a civil war against the nationalists, stood against American isolation and bombardment and blockade, and built this disciplined single-party state that has now, through both epochs of central planning and state capitalism led by a communist party, has become one of the fastest developing countries in the human history, and have now reached productive capabilities that dwarf the United States at its height of industrial prowess. I can't believe you could look at that and go, "Yep, capitalism did that," and be serious. Let's finish this thing.
They're going to make price transparency from hospitals, right? And so then the expenses won't be as high, right? Like, I'm hoping that there's some long-term strategy to a lot of his ideas. Like the same thing with Gaza and Israel. I don't know if there is. It seems, I don't like it, but I'm hopeful.
Trump is a major Israel dick rider. He's not changing that at all.
I think you couldn't find 30 of these people that aren't, it feels like these days.
No, especially in the American government. It's really, really awful. I want things to get better, and I hope it does. But the reason why I say I'm certain that it won't is because, like, of what you just mentioned, right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
I saw you got banned, and I saw you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something, and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting U.S. senator. Because I said to Mike Johnson, because I was listening to him back and forth, I said, like, if Mike Johnson actually cared about Medicare fraud, he would tackle Medicare fraud happening at the point of the providers. But it's obvious that he doesn't care about Medicare fraud, because if he did care about Medicare fraud, he would Rick Scott, who is responsible for the historic $1.7 billion worth of Medicare fraud.
And is he still working the
Bro, he was a corporate executive at HCA at the time in the 90s. The DOJ came after him, and he basically quit his job. He got a $10 million compensation package after doing 1.7.
Slitty Pooch, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1s, chat. I just realized we are 4 hours and a half into the stream. If you enjoy the content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach it to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. Hassan is explaining his ban. People vote for government. They don't vote for their dollar. People act to maximize their utility with their money. I think that point is partially true. When I go to the store, there's no way for me to research the probity of every single product on the shelf. All I could do is see what the shelf is, what the product that is presenting to me. I could see the relative price, and if I want to maximize my utility, I tend to try to buy things that are cheaper. That's just acting like a rational consumer. It's not an expression of my morality. It is, I have money in capitalism and I only have so much. And expecting people to like exercise like some sort of consumer collective action spontaneously is just nonsensical. It's a way of justifying doing bad shit, because people might pass laws to block doing the bad shit. But when they're in the store, they're not going to sit there with a fucking phone book and go through every single product and they go like, okay, because we don't have perfect information. Those are not contradictions at all. I don't understand. Like, these points are very stupid. Anyway, chat, if you enjoy the content, we are just 20 subs away from our sub goal. It's Friday, chat. Let's get this video done. We are very close to a hype train. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
$1 billion
in the private sector, fraud, and then came and worked in
the private sector,
especially Slitty Pooch.
He got $300 million in stock options. Didn't see a fucking moment of jail time for that. Okay. And then he became Florida governor, and now he's a fucking Florida senator, and he's a prominent figure in the Republican Party. I think he was like their head of their fundraising or some shit. I forget what his position in the Trump campaign in the Republican Party is beyond the fact that he's a senator.
I don't know if they should allow people to go from one to the other, from private to public. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, because it just obviously there's conflicts of interest when people do that sort of thing, you know?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's one aspect.
But I agree with you. I agree. It's like,
that guy should be in jail. Like, that's what I think. I think if you do $1.7 billion in Medicare fraud, you should be in fucking jail. Like, what are we talking about? You shouldn't be a Republican senator from Florida.
Yeah, it says right here, Rick Scott's role in the Columbia HCA scandal. In 2003, Rick Scott's company, Columbia HCA, the largest private hospital chain in the U.S., was found guilty of defrauding Medicare. The company was forced to pay $1.7 billion, a settlement that was the largest medical fraud fine in U.S. history at the time. Scott, who was the CEO, left the company with a $10 million severance package after the scandal.
$300 million in stock options, too.
Wow. So do you start to wonder, so this was when he was in the private sector.
This is why they hate Hassan so much, chat. Slitty Pooch, thank you for the 25 gifties. Let's fucking go! Oiler! This is what we're talking about, chat. Hype Train is still incoming. If you sub, resub, prime sub, gift at least one sub, or 200 bits, you can participate in the Hype Train. Thank you, Slitty Pooch. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, isn't it so awesome that Hassan got banned for one day, and the number one thing is they're now talking about how Rick Scott is a scam artist? Awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's, what's going to be different if a guy comes over from that private sector to the public sector? It's this like...
he's the richest congressperson, by the way.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Fuck that, man. Give us some fucking money. I think people should only be able to have a certain amount of money.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't necessarily care about how much money people have. I care about how they make their money.
But no, I agree. How does this guy, how do you keep
like
from...
Like LeBron James.
Right.
50,000 points. He crossed over that boundary. 20 plus years of dominance in the league. He gets paid a wage. He's a what is known as one of the few people is like a wage billionaire, basically. If he makes that kind of money, that means he's making somebody else a fuck ton more money, right? And I don't mind that he's getting paid these big bucks, partially because he's my GOAT and I love him. Okay. And I think he deserves it. But also partially because he's not making that by like hiring people and then forcing them to work to the bone. He does have businesses. He's also obviously an owner of capital as well. So he does capital accumulation as well. But ultimately, I just want people to be comfortable. And I think that if you are working a job, like you should be able to have a house. You should be able to live comfortably.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what job it is. You could be picking up trash. I think that's still obviously valuable. It's worthwhile. Also, I guess sanitation is one of the worst examples because they do have pretty solid unions.
Yeah, we had a garbage man on. It was awesome, man. My buddy Wayne, he's got a podcast now called Trash Talk. But yeah, they do pretty well. But then what about LeBron's companies if they're buying shirts from another country?
Yeah.
And that labor there and those people, that guy's sleeping on a tricycle seat at night because he has to be at work again in the morning.
So that part, I that's what I'm saying. That part I don't agree with. But I'm saying if he was just making, all of his money from just balling and he's getting a wage, like who cares? I don't have an issue with that. Especially if the hold on, I gotta open my door. Sorry. I got FedEx at the door and it's raining. I feel bad.
Oh, it's raining out there, huh?
Yeah. All right, I got it. I did it. We brought him inside.
We know who sent the rain in probably too.
What, the weather machine? The Jews?
Yo no sé. I'm illegal. That's what I say. When the Jews come for me, I'll be like, I'm illegal.
That's what
I'm saying, dude.
See, like, this is another example of like, you could under normal circumstances you can make this joke, but then there's motherfuckers who really believe it.
Yeah.
When there's like dudes who are like, no, Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about how they have a weather machine. She wasn't saying Jews, but she was like, they have a weather machine.
But imagine you're rich enough. Say you were rich enough, like a Mike, not Mike Jones or whatever. That's that rapper. But I'm thinking of Bill Gates, right?
Uh-huh.
If you had enough money, bro, you would fucking get it. And some guy's like, look, for $1 bill, I'll get you a weather machine. We'll get you the. You'd be like, I'd get that bitch in a heartbeat, dude. Imagine you're sitting at home, you're having your coffee, and you're like, all right, Detroit, fuck you guys. Here's 7 inches right now, dude. Here's 7 white inches. It's really the only way that freaking a white guy can give 7 to 10 white inches anymore is by pressing that weather button.
Is Bill Gates pressing the weather button?
It's pressing the weather button. But no, man, I think it's Would you?
Unless men, dude. First of all, you could fuck somebody up with 5.5 inches. Okay, 6 inches is more than enough on a good day to fuck someone up. All right. Okay, learn different positions. All right, you can you can do some damage. All right, you can do enough. I mean, who even wants 10 inches? That's too much. That's when the snow really starts to get heavy. 5.5, 6 inches, that'll lay a nice coat of powder on the slopes, and it doesn't take too long to clean up. All right, that's the perfect amount of length. You don't want 10 inches. You don't want 12 inches. First of all, I don't even believe 12 inches is real, number one. And number two, that's too much. You're going to be stuck there. You're going to be shoveling all day. You want nice, solid 6 inches, You want the boyfriend dick amount, okay? You don't want crazy, porn dick. You want boyfriend. You want a husband dick of snow.
You have had Trump come on your show, but first of all, thankfully we can still joke around about stuff and we can have a sense of humor. Yeah. Imagine if we didn't, as individuals, have a sense of humor. That would be.
I agree with you.
That would be the saddest.
I agree with you. I love comedy. Bill Burr is my goat.
Yeah, dude.
I think he is. You're a comedian as well. I'm obviously very good friends with Stavi as well. I know you always link up with him. But he
mailed me some cookies his mother made him.
Oh, dude, me too. Yeah, when he was out here,
okay.
I ate all of it. Oh, you didn't like them?
I know I liked them. I'm just sad that they're bipartisan snacks he's sending out. But no, I'm joking.
Yeah, damn.
No,
listen,
no.
It was
so sweet of him. It was just only friend of mine that did that. Very sweet of him.
He was
like, my mother wants to see this. Did
he also shill his fucking calendars, his naked calendars? Give me those too.
He did, dude. Yeah.
Those shits have been sitting on my desk every time. I'll have prominent figures like activists and shit at my house, and I'm interviewing them.
He gave Bernie a Stavi nude calendar. I can just imagine going into Bernie Sanders' office, and right next to the sword that Ross Perot gave him is the Stavi calendar hanging up. That's my dream.
There was Motaza Zaiza. I'm interviewing him. He literally survived the genocide. He's a photojournalist from Gaza. And fucking Stavi's naked body is just sitting there on the fucking desk. I'm like, oh my God. Like, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Being friends with Stavi is fucked up. That's why you can't trust the Greeks.
Oh, now that look, finally
Let me tell you, as a Turkish man,
we were both.
Let me tell you.
Both sided agreement on right there, dude.
Bipartisanship on that front for sure.
You cannot trust these Greeks. Yeah, the third month of his calendar is Gorgonzola or whatever. I'm like, this seems like fucking. It was like January, February, March, April, baklava, June, July. I'm like, that seems.
That's the other thing. Yeah. Stealing my people's food, saying it's his.
Oh, that's right. The
baklava's Turkish, bro. It's Turkish.
We'll have to talk about that next time. Would you have Trump on if he would podcast with you?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're that far removed from getting to talk to guys like that? No.
I mean, I've talked. Well,
I mean, you talked to Sanders. And I don't even know why I said that.
I talked to Bradley Martin multiple times after. Like, I mean, he. I'm not above like going on right wing podcasts. I'm not above talking to people who talk to Trump because I think like. I don't care about like the partisanship angle of this at all. I want to be able to communicate to people exactly where the problems are and why people like Trump, just like people like Kamala, are not the perfect solution to any of these issues. And I would talk to Trump. I just don't think he would come on my stream, like because he is at the end of the day he wants to go on a show where they're not going to like push back too much. Right. He wants to come across as like he wants to be humanized and he wants to come across as like a personal a personality that is not devoid of charisma, and he's very telegenic. It was actually my turning point when I listened to him and you talk about cocaine. When you were talking about doing coke, and he was like genuinely expressing interest in it. I was like, oh, fuck, this motherfucker's going to win, dude. This podcast shit is working so good. Because first he did the Aiden Ross thing.
Bullshit. I'm the one who said he was going to win.
And that was like a bit of a dud.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Because that just like didn't work out at all. Because it wasn't like a normal conversation.
Well, it didn't feel, it felt kind of planned.
Yeah.
Like they wanted to do like a
exactly.
video, like something like, let's do some social video. And I was like, I don't want to do something like that.
Yeah, like the whole dancing and stuff in front of the Cybertruck with
I
the photo of him
I
getting
didn't
shot.
love that either.
Like that stuff, it didn't work at all. But then I saw your podcast and I was like, oh my God, this motherfucker's gonna win the goddamn presidency.
But he didn't come. I mean, they didn't ask for any edits. You know, that was the thing. They didn't say like we need to see this. They didn't fucking have you guys have a good day.
Yeah, but that's also because like you're not.
But
like,
I'm also not a political guy. Like,
yeah,
I thought this was a trap I fell into recently.
Because you talked to Bernie Sanders like a week before, no?
Yeah,
that's
it was
what I
awesome.
mean. That's what I mean. So it's like you're not gonna like hit him on shit. You're not gonna hit him on like stuff that he has no answer for.
Well, because I think my goal is to find. It's not a goal, but I just want to get to know people, kind of, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I realized I fell in this trap recently. I thought that just because I had some political people on last year that I knew about politics, I do not. That was a trap. Even my own ego was like, oh, maybe I know something about politics. I don't know shit. Now I have some ideas. I know what it feels like to be kind of like, I feel like just a pretty regular person. And then, I don't know, I try to find empathy here and there and figure things out. But I'm learning a lot. I've definitely learned a lot more than I knew 2 years ago, for sure. But then to think that I have to be careful not to like smoke my own nuts or whatever it's called, where it's like just because I had some politicians on, now I'm fucking, Jim Rome or somebody, or I'm like Malcolm X. Malcolm X, yeah. Malcolm X, dude.
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, but no, dude, I like your attitude. I like your charisma. I like that. I wanted to talk a little bit more about, I know you have a program where you like try to co-op and put money back into things that mean something to you.
Yeah, my podcast is a cooperative corporation, so like everyone has equal say, equal pay.
Yeah.
And there are different formations of that. Like you don't have to make it equal pay, but I just thought it would be the best possible way to go about it. But it's most importantly, aside from the equal pay, the equal say part is really important. We get together, and if someone has a obligation, they're not showing up, it's fine. We make do. We figure it out as we go along, and I think that's how you get the most successful business, like for sure. That's something that I stand by. And we still obviously have to hire contractors every now and then too.
Yeah, for sure. And we could get together another time and talk about business strategy and things like that. I think it'd be interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to just.
And yeah, we do a lot of fundraising. Like the other day, I had the No Other Land, the Palestinians who made a documentary about like
They
their
were on your
lives.
show?
Yeah, I had them.
No, we tried to get them.
I had them on my house. Like they rolled up deep. They had like 10 people. Like the whole family was there.
Dude,
And
no
they're
other
coming
friends. That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
Dude, fucking we invited two of you guys.
Yeah, they also like straight up came from, occupied Palestinian territory. Like they flew into America, and we were chilling. We were just like talking about their experiences, and I interviewed them. And then in the process, like the organization that actually brought them here, who works with, a lot of Palestinians on the ground, like they were like, oh, can you share this link to fundraise? So I did. And we in the hour-long interview that we did, we fundraised $100,000. Now it's sitting at $135,000. But like that's the type of stuff that I love being able to do, because like I feel so powerless a lot of times when I see all of this death and destruction, and I feel like it's a meaningful way to be able to help to actively fundraise. Gives myself and a lot of people that watch me the opportunity to say like, at least we're trying to do something, anything. You know what I mean? So I try to do that to the best of my ability. We've fundraised for Palestinian aid organizations to the tune of, I think, like almost more than $3 million at this point since October 7.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, I appreciate you even saying that because I think that's something I need to hear more about. It's on my brain and heart a lot. We started a foundation last year, but haven't started to figure out like what to do with the money or what exactly to do, you know?
Yeah.
Like I would like to create a business that like I thought about like water, like you're selling water, but the money goes towards rehab for people that suffer from opioid addiction, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just so it's like using something that everybody needs, but finally the proceeds, it only goes towards this thing. There's not even a profit. You know, it's like this is.
Yeah, a lot of people have done stuff like this, but here's the problem. You cannot replace state capacity. I don't understand that like a lot of people like to do charity and do things like this. Nothing ever will never ever compare to state capacity. Like the number one employer in the world is the US military. Do you understand what that means? Like, do you get the scale and size of that? Millions of people doing jobs. Like, do you get that? Like, look at yourself. Look at yourself and imagine a million of you doing shit. And you're only 1/3 of the way there. Mutual aid is good, and I'm glad to help people, but you will never, ever, ever, never, ever, never, ever, ever replace state capacity. Like, imagine the amount of effort it takes to just organize and run one high school. Think about a large high school in an urban area. Think about the amount of time, money, effort, and organization it takes to run one large high school. Can your mutual aid network do that? The answer is no. Let's be honest for a second.
Yeah.
But I need to be more.
I've done that in the past too. Like my like I have merch and it's U.S. made, union made. And obviously the margins are incredibly slim for that reason.
American Giant, is that who does your merch or no? Is it?
No, it's Bayside is my garment manufacturer, my garment provider. Is one of the only union shops that is a garment manufacturer in the country that can like keep up with the demand that we have, because there's a shit ton of people that are buying the t-shirts. So like, and sometimes I'll just like I will fundraise like by saying all the proceeds, like every single point of profit is directly going to a labor union. Like I gave the Amazon labor union, I think it was like $170,000 or something like that off of just that. We fundraise like I think
for Amazon packaging.
The Amazon labor union, yeah, like the people that work at the distribution facilities. Another thing I did this past year was for I don't know how to say the name correctly, but Raices. It's an organization that works with undocumented migrants in Texas specifically, and they give them translators and lawyers, and they pay for lawyer fees and stuff like that. So I'm actively working on fundraising initiatives like that. Because I feel like there's a lot of stories that don't get told in mainstream media. That's why I interviewed the incarcerated firefighters that were combating the wildfires in LA. There's prisoners that fight wildfires, right?
Oh, they send prisoners out to fight them.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And there's like a training program and stuff. I'm working with an organization to go and actually see them at their prison, their training camp.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah,
that's so creative, man. Yeah, that's I'm glad you say these things because it's just stuff that I can remember to try to focus more on, or because everybody
Someone should say, "Hey, Theo, you want to go with me next time? You can come with me and meet the firefighters on the line." That's something that I would suggest.
That's the crazy thing. It's like everybody at every point of something, most people need support, right? Or they need some type of support. They need an ear, they need a blanket, they need a mouthful of, or they need a friend. It's there's a lot of ways to be a part of the world, and always to try and find a corner where you can express care. Hassan Piker, thanks so much, dude. I'd love to chat again sometime. I know we didn't get to cover, some stuff we did, but I just appreciate it, man. I think, I just think it's important too that people just get together and talk about stuff. I wish I'd have been able to have probably some stronger political conversations with you. Some of that stuff I don't have as strong of a knowledge base in, but I admire you, dude, and I admire the way you operate and and I really appreciate your time today.
All right, thanks for having me, man. This was great.
I'm sorry if you have streamed for so long too, dude.
No, I love it. I that's the things that I just told you in the last 3 minutes is exactly why I love what I do, because I have a giant community with a big heart.
Yeah.
And I think that is what makes everything worth it. Because like I said, there will be people swearing up and down that I'm the worst person that you've ever met, no matter where I go. I don't want to. It's just noise. It's mostly people that are online that doesn't like translate to real world experiences at all. But in spite of all of that, in spite of like people constantly working to actively smear me to say,
where is Theo at? He lives in LA, right? He's an LA guy, right?
I'm anti-Semitic or I love terrorism or whatever the fuck, with clips out of context and all this shit. At the end of the day, I get to make an impact, and that's how I sleep soundly at night. You know, where I know that all of this is worth it.
Well, I had a Jewish friend recommend you to me.
Who's the Jewish friend that
about
recommended?
podcasting? They said do not name them.
Oh, damn.
No, they didn't. That part I made up, but I would just protect their anonymity. But it just, you know what I'm saying? Like, just it's like people, I think people, I don't know. We're all trying. I think, yeah, I have a neat community too that I feel like wants to do stuff that's important in the world, and we're all trying to figure out how, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see that light in you, man, and I appreciate you coming and sharing your time with us today. I really do.
All right. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but
I
when
think Hassan is so good in this type of format. I think he's so good in this type of format. Like, I have my small criticisms. Like, I don't like the liberal immigration point. I think it sucks. But other than that, he's so good in these type of formats, guys. Like, honestly, I'm Theo Von now. I'm Theo Von pilled. The fact that he brings in Hassan, he's the new Joe Rogan for me. Now, he also brings on Clandis Owens. Jesus fucking Christ. But this is the terrain. This is the pre-political terrain. And Hassan is the only guy who's a left-winger that's on there. I think like this back-to-back Clandis Owens and then into Hassan is exactly why I need to write something about Hassan like this weekend. Maybe I should pitch something to Nathan Grayson or some other journalist, because I really want to get something in. All right, chat. Well, today is Friday, and that means it's movie night day in my Discord. We have 10,000 people in my Discord chat, and this weekend we are watching tonight, one of my favorite films of all time. This is the Discord event link. Join the Discord. They Live. It is one of my favorite left-wing movies. We're watching that tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. One of the best left-wing fucking movies ever made. Public control of production, which is enforced by government. It doesn't have to be state ownership. It could also just be worker ownership. There's different forms of socialist transition and socialist governance. You're just not right. It has to be state ownership. As well. It's not. I'm so excited for tonight, chat. So if that sounds like fun to you, we're going to be watching They Live. I highly, 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 highly recommend it. I love it so much. The other thing I wanted to talk about, chat, I don't know if you saw this, Andor Season 2 teaser has just dropped. It may actually be good. It might be good, chat. It might be good.
Emergency broadcast, if you can hear me.
We are not who we were when we started.
Imperial ships are already landing.
We need to speak out. We need to stand up.
Is there no one who can help us?
We need a pilot. A soldier.
Everything I did for the rebellion.
Revolutionary movements are spontaneously happening all over the galaxy.
How many times do you
How
think
those
they've
come
edited
together
his sentence?
Is the stuff of our story.
If season 1 laid the track, then season 2 is the juggernaut.
The Empire cannot win.
He's talking about how you go from spontaneous resistance to revolution and how to unite those movements, right? They all have these geographically located resistance movements that are spontaneously arising. How do you turn that into a revolution? I've never thought of a more needed idea in media and in art than that right now. How do you take spontaneous resistance and turn it into a revolution?
They haven't won yet.
We're building a real army. The rebellion's everywhere now.
Galaxy of opportunities.
The insurgents have weapons at this point.
We're counting on it.
These 12 episodes are going to take us over the next 4 years into Rogue One. The complexity of the show, the possibilities of the show. It has to be all in.
Nobody's allowed in here.
We're thinking like a thief. I'm thinking like a soldier. Think like a...
This is my shit right here. This is my shit right here. Cold-blooded murder. This is what I'm talking about. Just cold-blooded murder. Not like knocking him out, not arresting him. Just, oh, hi.
We're thinking like a thief.
It's like a Luigi's thing. It's like literally Luigi. Like, did they like he Luigi'd the guy.
We're thinking like a thief. I'm thinking like a soldier. Think like a leader.
The size and scale of this production is unparalleled. The sets and the costumes are breathtaking.
Everyone does the homework. Everyone takes the time, and you can tell.
Proceed.
This is it. This is what you live for.
This is so much better than Rogue One. It's not even funny.
It's incredibly truthful, and it just happens to be in a galaxy far, far away.
It's the urgency of the situation. Not palpable.
Lock it down!
If we do not stand together, we will be crushed.
This is the end. Have no expectations.
Looks pretty good. I hope it's not too sloppy. You know, I'm an Andor supporter. I like what season 1 did, so I hope it's good. Season 1, what stood out to me was how much they botched the heist because they kept too many Imperial soldiers alive. I think they were I think that's part of what was really good about the show was that they showed what a rebellion starting looks like. You have people that are just in the criminal element. You have marginal people, you have true believers, you have mercenaries, you have people that, you know, and they pulled it together in a really, really interesting and dynamic and character-based and full of tension. And there were a lot of stakes and a lot of motherfuckers died. It was really, really good. All right, everybody. Well, there you have it. That's it for this week. Thank you so much for hanging out. Here's all my links. We'll be watching They Live tonight. And I might pop on Sunday mornings. I've decided that I think I want to do at least a couple weeks a month on Sunday. So we did last week, I believe. So maybe we'll take this off. But I would just, you know, on Sunday morning, check and see if I'm awake, see if I'm alive, you know. And hopefully I'll see you there if we do stream. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for all the support. That was a really good, you know, we did 4 hours off of the Theo Von thing. So that's good. And I will see you all. I'll see you all tonight for They Live. I have a story that needs investigating illegal activity by a telecom company regarding labor. Any journalists, newspapers you want me to reach out to? That's a good question. Why don't you ask on Monday instead of like right now when I'm about to leave to go piss? All right. I'll see you guys soon. Although I would say Ryan Grimm is a great person to go for if you don't want to wait, which you shouldn't. All right, everybody. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.
All victims of oppression, for the tyrants fear your might. Don't cling so hard to your possessions, for you have nothing if you have no rights. So come, brothers and sisters, for the struggle carries on. Listening to Mike from PA unites the world in song. So comrades, come and rally, for this is the time and place. Join the Central Committee and unite the human race. Break down the billionaire system. Bring down the bourgeoisie. To see the end of capitalism, we must set Luigi free. Demand that health care be provided, as well as housing and food security. We'll build high-speed rails and revolutions with heads of billionaires and solidarity. So come, brothers and sisters, through this struggle we'll carry on. Our gifts up to Central Committee is one step closer to righting the wrong.